How?
Who are they?
What is it?
Oh, my apologies. It's just been so long since I've seen any humans from the outside world.
Are you a Renan?
Oh, yeah, I guess so. The Overseer told us to answer any questions you might have. Whatever you want to know, we'll tell you as much as we can. But be quick. Our subjects are undergoing a dramatic shift that we don't want to miss.
What a weird guy.
He must have meant Hevrecht 35 when he mentioned that Overseer.
And what was that about subjects? You don't think he meant Dana and Rena, do you?
There isn't anyone else we can talk to. I guess we should ask around here.
Have you guys lived up here in Daeg Fazel with Hevrecht 35 for a long time?
Yes. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head just how long it's been, though. We regularly go into stasis, so our sense of time has gotten rather out of whack over the years.
Why are you all even here in the first place?
Originally, this station was where we worked to perform maintenance on Lenegis from the outside.
We heard that the facility ended up in its current location due to an accident.
Oh, it was terrible. Apparently there was some kind of accident, and when help never arrived, they presumed the entire facility had been destroyed.
And you've been working for Hevrecht 35 ever since?
Well, at first we thought that there was nobody else inside the facility, but then it turned out the Overseer was there all along.
What do you mean?
The Helganquil have the technology to cloak themselves around us Renans. As long as they don't do anything obvious, a Renan won't see one, even if it's right in front of them.
Which would explain why Shion and I failed to notice the Red Women previously. Do they employ an astral art of some sort?
I haven't been able to scientifically confirm it for myself, but from what I understand, the type of cloaking they use is primarily achieved through mechanical means. In addition, they also used hypnosis devices and information control to get us to do what they wanted without being detected. It's a pretty sophisticated operation, especially since it avoids any unnecessary conflict. I have to imagine that's how Lenegis is still run.
But aren't the Helganquil themselves controlled by the Great Spirit? If so, why aren't Renans affected by it in the same way?
The Great Spirit's mind control only works on Helganquil, so they had to employ other means to manipulate us Renans.
You act like this didn't affect you personally. If I was you, I'd be mad as hell at their deceptions.
I mean, sure, I was surprised when I first found out about it, but it happened so long ago.
Hevrecht 35 has clearly ceased concealing itself, though. Why is that?
Who can say? My guess is it just got bored, or maybe even a little lonely.
Don't you want to go back home to Rena or Lenegis? Our ship is going to be fixed pretty soon. You could ride with us.
No way. If we went back after knowing the truth, they'd either just brainwash us or purge us outright. After all this time, there's nothing to be gained from going back. We've all agreed it'd be best to simply stay here and watch everything unfold instead. Things are going just fine with the Overseer. Not that it'll be around much longer. It can't extend its life any further. That said, I'm sure it's pleased to see the final stage of the plan before it passes on, though.
Thank you for answering our questions. Can we talk to you for a few minutes?
Sure, it's going to be a while before the two planets undergo their next shift, so I can talk until then.
Please, tell us what you know about the Helganquil.
You mean the Overseer's species? I can't say I know much about them.
Well, for starters, where'd they come from?
Where else? From Rena, obviously.
From Rena? Wait, are you telling us those things live right alongside the Renans down there?
Of course not. There's really no such thing as Renans in the first place.
Excuse me?
Oh, I thought the Overseer explained everything.
Apparently not.
Please, tell us more.
Well, in a nutshell, the Renans were originally created from Dahnans by the Helganquil.
But if that's true, then that would mean there aren't any people on Rena.
There aren't, but there are Helganquil. That's what the name literally means in their language, people of Rena.
But what need could they possibly have to create a whole new race of people?
It was a way to bolster their dwindling workforce. I trust you're aware that the Helganquil are on the verge of extinction, yes? In essence, we were created to carry on their work for the Great Spirit after they all die. They gathered Dahnans who had an affinity for astral arts and proceeded from there. That's why we, as their descendants, can all cast arts, albeit to varying degrees.
Let me get this straight. Are you saying Renans were originally created from Dahnans that the Helganquil kidnapped?
Wait, that explains why almost nobody can use Astro Arts on Dana now.
Helganquil technology is truly amazing. The way they alter their bodies is far less invasive than your conventional surgeries.
They have these tiny machines that are practically invisible, which they insert into their bodies and—
Enough! You needn't tell us anymore.
How can you speak so calmly about all of this?
I guess I can see how, when viewed in a certain light, their ways may sound grotesque. But if you ask me, I think they ultimately did us a favor. They saved us from crawling the earth in ignorance. If it meant their hands had to get a little dirty in the process, then so be it. Anyway, the Helganquil are the real Renans. Personally, I don't think it's such a big deal. They're also mostly the ones behind what you see going on between the two planets. I think that covers just about everything worth knowing.
I see. Thanks for filling us in.
Does he really expect us to believe that Renans never truly existed? How absurd.
Dohalim.
Just when I think we're getting to the bottom of it all, some new revelation smacks us in the face.
Then let's hope this is our last revelation for a while. Do you know anything about a spirit channeling plan?
If you mean the first plan from 300 years ago, then yes. Do you know what its main objective was?
Yes. It was to use Lenegis to siphon off Dana's astral energy and send it to Rena.
Exactly. However, there were two problems we had to consider. First was how to collect and send such a large quantity of astral energy without it becoming sentient. Second, we had to figure out how to convert Dana's energy so it would be compatible with Rena.
I take it the solutions to those problems were to use the wedge for the collection, and then the Sovereign and Maiden to convert the energy.
We have a winner. However, the first plan failed when the Sovereign was overwhelmed and became frenzied. The reason for that is because the Maiden lost control. I'm told he slaughtered many Renans in Helganquil that day. For the next plan, we tried to recreate the Renus Alma, but we didn't have nearly enough of the other non-dark astral energy types. To amend that, we set our sights on Dana, and implemented a system whereby we could extract energy from it.
And the crown contests began.
Correct. Since the Maiden had been the failing point in the previous plan, it was decided to replace her role with machinery to avoid further mishaps. A new Sovereign had to be made as well. It was such tremendously difficult work, its success was dubious. But from the look of things, it would appear such worries were unfounded.
So that's what the purpose of that room we found in the Forbidden Zone was.
What about the flower that sprouted from Rena?
Flower? Oh, that thing. That's the physical manifestation of all the astral energy that's been harvested from Dana. As I'm sure you've noticed, it's quite a lot of energy. At this point, it's likely that it's become physically integrated with Rena's planetary structure.
Hevrecht 35 mentioned that the spirit channeling plan is entering its final stage. Is that true?
It is. I never thought I would live to see the day with my own eyes, and yet here we are. Are we done talking now? If it's all the same to you, I'd really rather not miss anything that's about to happen.
He talks like the potential end of the world is just another day on the job.
You've got to remember that these guys have been living alone up here for a long time. Who knows what shape their minds are in?
It feels like our whole world has been turned upside down. Is there anything we know that's still true at this point?
Seriously, I'm still trying to process the fact that we Renans were created by the Helganquil, let alone the Sovereign and Maiden stuff.
Let's take a moment to gather ourselves. I know all of this is a lot to believe and take in, but I think it's fair to say that we've found the answers we've been looking for. Does everyone agree?
Agreed. Though I'll admit that I never expected it to all boil down to Rena's great spirit being behind everything.
Everything that's happened, everything we've endured, it's all because of astral energy.
And to get that energy, the Great Spirit took control of the Helganquil. Then the Helganquil created the Renans, who went on to invade and rule over the Danans.
Plus, the reason the Great Spirit can't directly control the Renans as well is likely because they were originally Danans all along.
Either way, I think it's fair to say we've all had a lot to take in at once. Maybe too much, even. We should probably take it easy and rest our minds a bit. Why don't we all take some time to think things over, before we decide on our next move?
That's a good idea, Kisara. If the Renan Great Spirit really is behind all this, then we've got a really big fight ahead of us. Because it's not just Dana on the line, but Rena too. If we're going to do this, we need to be completely sure of ourselves. So let's go ahead and break off for now. We aren't in any immediate danger, so we should be okay. You sure you don't want to be alone right now?
I could ask you the same question.
I figured I'd get all my thinking in while walking around and checking up on everybody.
I'll go along with you. I'm interested to hear what's on everyone's minds, too.
Sounds good. Let's go find them.
Everyone's just gone their own way, huh?
Yeah, let's hit up each spot. Everything we thought we knew. It was all just a fabrication that the Red Women, that the Helganquil made up.
Right. Assuming we can believe anything that Hevrecht 35 has told us, that is.
Well, if the names are anything to go by, it's possible the Helganquil could be behind the fruits of Helgen too.
But if Hevrecht 35 was telling the truth, and this was all just one massive lie, does that mean everything we've done up until now has been pointless?
No, I don't think so. Or at least I hope not. I think it just means we've lost our foothold for now. That's all.
Really? Well then, If we've lost it, I guess we'll just have to find another. All of us together. And if we can't find one, then we'll make a new one. End of story.
Make one, huh? I see. Right then. Count me in.
Oh, it's you two. Does he seem like he's doing any better now?
He who? Oh, you mean Dohalim, don't you?
I know that we're all struggling to wrap our minds around it all, but he looked like he was taking it really hard earlier.
What do you think about everything we've learned? About the Renans, and the Great Spirit, and all that?
On some level, I'm not even really sure what to think, to be honest. I mean, the Great Spirit is like a huge natural disaster, but with a mind and will of its own. But if that thing's hellbent on trying to destroy our planet, then the only thing left for us to do is stop it. As for the Renans, I suppose my feelings on that are a bit more mixed.
How so?
Coexistence between Dahnans and Renans in Menancia is still a work in progress. In my case, I think that's partly because deep down, I was still on guard around Renans. So, to be told that they're like us, that they're actually just like us is, well, I guess it's a little deflating, to be honest.
You kept a pretty level head.
You mean about the Renans? At the end of the day, the Helganquil and the Great Spirit are the ones who are responsible. But at the same time, I realize that not every Dahnan is necessarily going to believe that either.
I know you're already aware of this, but the list of grievances the Dahnans have against the Renans is long, and understandably so. And if people then find out that they're all actually one and the same, yeah, I don't think they're going to take to it too kindly.
Even just among the Dahnans, I'm sure there'll be some who emerge with power and some who won't. I think if we can find a way to get rid of that imbalance, then we'll be in a truly good place.
Well, first we can try to figure out what to do about the existing conflicts we have.
Yeah. It'd be nice if one day people could learn to get past their hatred like Rinwell did.
It's no small task. We can't pretend like the past didn't happen and ask people to forget their very real pain and suffering.
Right. Everybody has their reasons for feeling the way that they do. But if we just keep yelling at each other about it, we'll never move on. Worst case scenario, it might lead to even more people getting killed.
And we all have to figure out how to meet halfway. Not just that, but to also embrace each other's pain, in a sense.
That's an interesting way of putting it.
It's true. Everybody has their own scars, their own trauma. The first step to healing those wounds is to put aside that hatred. It won't be achieved through reasoning, but I think it's a good first step, if nothing else. And now, I think I see a way to move forward. But to do that, first we need to make sure our planet isn't going to get wiped out.
You both seem awfully calm.
Only because after everything we've seen, we don't have the energy to keep being shocked.
How are you holding up, Rinwell? That whole talk about the Renans looked like it shook you up a bit.
Yeah. I get this sinking feeling whenever I remember how Dahnan mages like my family were persecuted and died out. And now, I finally know why that is. But I was thinking, if Renans end up living together with Dahnans again, then mages won't be such an unusual thing to see on Dahna anymore, right? I know it's not as simple as all that, but Dahnans probably won't be so quick to let their guards down, and there might be Renans who still act superior because of their arts.
It wouldn't surprise me. 300 years of bad blood and prejudice isn't going to be an easy thing to overcome.
Yeah, I know firsthand just how much hatred can take hold in your heart once you let it in. But even so, I was still able to change. And if I can change, so can anyone else. So I was thinking maybe, I don't know, I could use my position as both a Dahnan and a mage to help bring both sides together.
Rinwell.
That great spirit worries me too, though. Dahna's will feels so warm and inviting. So why is Rena's will trying to destroy our entire planet?
Now that you mention it, Everett 35 and the other scientists here never really brought that up. Maybe they don't know either.
Maybe. But regardless, at the end of the day, Dahna's still our home. There's no way we can let it be destroyed.
We won't. We'll keep it safe no matter what.
I still can't believe it, man.
You're not the only one still trying to make sense of all this. Believe me.
Really? You've never struck me as the type of guy to get hung up on these sorts of things.
Did you forget what happened back in Thistleum? Once my memories started coming back to me, I felt completely and totally lost.
It was really that bad for you?
Yeah, it was. But thanks to Law and everybody else, I remembered that I still had things out there worth fighting for.
Man, I think you might be a better guy than me, Alphen. All I can remember thinking was, when's this guy gonna get his act together?
Law.
I was too worried about repeating the same mistakes I'd made back with my dad, and running away from the truth. That was no way to live. And I've tried to stay strong, my way. But all this talk about other races and the world ending, if I can be honest with you guys, it's just all too much for me to handle right now.
I know this is going to sound strange coming from me, but maybe the key is not to worry too much about the big stuff right now.
Oh?
I used to worry all the time about my thorns, for obvious reasons, but I never really opened up to anyone about them. And when I realized my visions pointed to a threat that was bigger than me, I didn't know what I should do, or who to tell. But that's when I finally got it. You guys were all there for me, to teach me what's really important. I just had to open up and listen.
In other words, if you let the big picture stuff get you all muddled up inside, you'll begin to lose sight of what you really care about. Yeah, I think you're right.
The thing that's most important, what I really care about. All I want to do is protect the people that really matter to me, to fight for them. That's good enough, right?
Not everyone is strong enough to fight.
Huh?
It's something your dad told me once when he was still alive. Law, you know you're strong enough to fight, and you're strong enough to protect the people you care about. Forget all the big stuff going on. Just don't lose sight of what you want to protect in the first place. Sound good?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it does. It's like a big weight's been lifted off my shoulders. I'll fight to protect the people around me. Just like I always have. I think that's best.
I apologize for making you witness that.
You mean hearing the origins of the Renans?
Indeed. It's shocking to have so many things I thought to be indelible fade away in mere seconds.
Even I'm still not sure everything we've heard here is actually true.
Ooh, let's not delude ourselves. If what we've heard is a lie, it's a rather elaborate one. I can only imagine that you must have been constantly feeling like this, ever since your memory returned, Alphen. And you as well, Shionne. About your thorns, and being a maiden.
That's just part of being alive, don't you think?
To say the least. But enough about me. I'm not concerned for myself. What concerns me is all of the other Renans out there.
When you say the other Renans, you mean the ones that are living on Lenegis or Dana, right?
Correct. Even if we stop the Great Spirit from annihilating Dana, our problems will still remain. Putting aside the untold state that Rena may be in, if we do not truly belong there, we will have to think long and hard about where it is that we wish to return to.
So, I guess your only real choices at this point are to either stay on Lenegis, Or come down to Dana, huh? And right now, Lenegis might not even be a safe option.
And at the same time, Danans are hardly likely to embrace Renans with open arms. If the issue is forced, things could turn dire. There is, after all, 3 centuries worth of hatred to overcome between us. And the victims of our rule have absolutely every right to feel animosity towards us Renans. Our own circumstances as the aggressors are irrelevant.
I didn't expect the former Lord of Menancia to be so down about people reconciling.
Menancia's fate was a stroke of good luck. There had been backlash over how it had been ruled, and I was blessed to have sympathizers among my ranks. Still, even now, there remain ardent dissidents.
But things can still change if you have the right people to help lead the way. Isn't that what you hope to achieve on Lenegis, after this is all over?
Indeed. I have fully accepted the burden of that responsibility. In that regard, I remain determined. On that note, I have something of a favor to ask of you, Alphen.
Oh? What is it?
I wish for you to serve as a mediator so that the Renans can live on Dana peaceably. As the one and only Blazing Sword, I suspect the Danans may listen to what you have to say when problems arise.
And I take it that you'll be the one to represent the Renans?
Yes. I realize that I'm asking quite a lot of you. However, the fact of the matter is that it will take time for Renans to re-enter Danan society without any bloodshed. That is why...
You're the same as ever, Dohalim.
Is it too much?
No, relax. You get so tense and formal when you're asking for a favor. Listen, there's no need for that. We're friends.
You're too kind. I can see you were raised well.
That's some high praise, Alphen.
Then I'll ask once again, this time just as friends. Alphen, will you help me?
You don't even need to ask. Of course I will.
Thank you, my friend.
Well, it sounds like everyone's learning from their past and using it to create a better future for everyone.
What about you, Shionne? How do you feel about the origin of the Renans?
To be honest, I'm not really all that shocked, actually. I mean, I might be a Renan in the literal sense, but I've never really felt like one of them. Right now, it's kind of a mystery.
How do you mean?
Because for a really, really long time, all I ever thought about was how I was going to die. Not if or when, but how. I thought I'd die alone. That fate had me in its steely grip. I would have never imagined that I'd be traveling with someone like you, fighting to save Rena and Dana. I mean, how could I have? It's been going on for 300 years. All this tragedy and destruction. When you consider the Helganquil's part in all this, it's been even longer than that. It was Naori's hope that somehow, someone in the future would be able to stop it, before it was too late. How it fell on us, of all people, to heed that call, is a mystery.
I don't think Naori was hoping that we would just stop the world from getting destroyed. She considered me, a Danan, as a real person. And she very much cherished her own people, too. I don't think she wanted the world to be saved, just so they could go back to hurting each other. Oh, maybe this is what she meant.
Huh?
When we were talking to Kisara earlier, about all that stuff like everyone's needing to meet halfway and embrace each other's pain and suffering. She said that the first step down that path was for each of us to put aside our own hatred. That means forgiving other people, even and especially before they forgive you.
Forgiving. So it goes both ways, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I don't just mean forgiving things that happened in the past either. Conflicts will keep happening. If we have any hope of moving on and building a better future, we have to all learn to forgive each other.
You know, you're right. People can hurt one another without even meaning to. I know that better than most, thanks to these thorns.
It's not going to be easy getting past this pain. But if we can do it, I'm sure there'll come a time when we can all truly understand each other. I'm there with you, Xion. I too want to protect the world we live in, and all the people we care about. I think that's the very least I can do to repay Naori for everything that she did.
Yeah. I want a future that she would feel proud to live in, and I'm going to fight for it.
Whoa there, Savior Girl. We're here to save you too, you know.
Yes, I know. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. I want to live, and that's the honest truth.
Well, is everybody ready to do what needs to be done?
I am. There's a lot to think about, but at the end of the day, Dana's still in danger. I don't care who we're up against. We'll kick their ass.
What are your thoughts, Alphen? I want to know what's on your mind, too.
Like Law said, if we have to fight the Great Spirit on Rena, then so be it. It's trying to rob us of our entire world, and it's going to take not just our home, but all of existence along with it. That alone is enough to make it our enemy. But it's not only that. One way or another, I think beating the Great Spirit is going to be tied to us saving Xion.
You're saying there's a chance?
You're referring to the vision of destruction we all saw in Lenegis, I take it?
Yeah. 3 centuries ago, the astral energy that appeared at the spirit channeling ceremony showed Naori that vision. And to hear Xion tell it, it's the same one that she sees from her own thorns as well.
Indeed. Xion's thorns are comprised of dark astral energy, the one type which we know is native only to Rena. And if Rena's Great Spirit is what's behind Dana's pending destruction, then...
Xion's thorns are the Great Spirit? It's not actually on Rena like we thought?
We don't know anything for certain. At the very least, though, I think it's possible her thorns are a part of the Great Spirit.
While the main body resides in Rena.
Xion.
If these thorns really are a part of Rena's Great Spirit, I'm going to go over there and give it a piece of my mind and then some.
The question is, how do we confront it? Suffice it to say, that flower growing out of Rena is enormous, large enough to house the will of an entire planet. The Wedge and Lenegis were both hard enough for us to overcome in their own right. This is another greater challenge for merely 6.
And we only know about the Thorns connection thanks to Naori.
Heverick 35 has been observing the Great Astral Spirit this whole time. It wouldn't ask us to fight it unless it has a plan of some sort. Let's go see what that is. Our minds are made up. Let's go give Heverick 35 our answer.
So if the Sovereign and Maiden were originally boot-up programs for Lenegis, what about now?
Even with the Forbidden Zone in ruins and the Renis Alma stolen, Lenegis is functioning fine. If it needed us before, it doesn't appear to now.
First they lumber you with a position you never asked for, then you're discarded like you're nothing? Who the hell do they think they are?
More importantly, who do they think we are? We might not even factor into their list of concerns.
I just hope everyone on Lenegis is safe.
Worst comes to worst, Lenegis is equipped with a large number of starships that people can escape in. As long as the whole satellite doesn't suddenly explode or something, they should be fine.
Wait, explode?
In any case, if we're truly going to make a difference, it's on Rena we're needed, not Lenegis. The people there will be fine, I'm sure of it.
Right.
you have your answer for me?
We want to ask something first. You're asking us to fight an entire planet. How exactly do you expect us to do that? You must have something up your sleeve, or else you wouldn't put us up to it.
The great astral spirit is an immense being, but its actual will does not run throughout its entire body. Rather, its will is derived from the core, which supports the rest of the body, and is where its strength is most densely concentrated. Therefore, if you destroy the core, the Great Spirit shall become unable to maintain sentience, and return to being ordinary astral energy.
And how are we supposed to destroy that core?
By using the Renus Alma. You will also need the assistance of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. They are our best tools for suppressing and controlling astral energy. Using their powers, the Maiden shall seal the great astral spirit within her body, and the Sovereign shall wield the power of the Renus Alma to destroy it.
Hold on. That sounds a lot like what Shion described before.
Yeah, killing herself to take out the thorns with her.
She was actually right all along.
By my calculations, your powers combined should be sufficient to destroy the great astral spirit, and disperse its energy widely enough to make it difficult to reform.
What will happen to the Maiden once we manage to beat the great astral spirit?
Any matter contained within the field of destruction shall be erased.
So it really will kill me.
This method is the most simple one available to destroy the Great Spirit, and is therefore our most reliable option.
What are our other options?
There is little reason to consider alternative courses of action when the most optimal among them is so clear.
You don't get it. I promised Shion that she wouldn't die, that we'd save the world without needing to sacrifice her. We didn't fight this whole time just to give up on her at the very end. If there's any other way to take out the Great Spirit, I want to hear it.
This plan shall lead to the fewest losses in preserving your world. Abandoning it is irrational. It is vital that you proceed with this plan. A part of Rena's great astral spirit already resides within her. 300 years ago, the Great Spirit descended upon Lenegis in an attempt to assume direct control of the spirit channeling ceremony. We have reason to believe the Great Spirit left part of itself behind, and that it now resides in the Maiden.
Which would make Alphen's earlier hypothesis correct.
That part inside the Maiden belongs to the core, and can be used by the great astral spirit to revive itself. So long as it remains, it will be all but impossible to fully eradicate the Great Spirit. That is why it is necessary for it to be vanquished only once it is whole. Without the Maiden's direct control over the Great Spirit, attacking it is futile, and will only serve to strengthen it.
No.
Wait. Naori said that the Renus Alma can suppress the self-realization of astral energy, and that the thorns can be neutralized by placing them in it. If so, can't the same also be done to the Great Spirit, seeing as the thorns are simply part of it?
Well, can it?
It is true that the Renus Alma is capable of what you suggest, and could contain the great astral spirit.
Yes!
However, doing so requires fine control on the level of the spirit channeling ceremony. Considering that the Renus Alma was previously lost when that ceremony failed, I cannot allow it. Its uncertainty is simply too great.
What does that mean for us if you won't allow it?
Your starship will not be restored, and you will all be unable to leave here.
Why you?
Fine then. I'd rather stay here and rot than do it your way.
Alphen?
Whatever we do, if we mess up, Dana's screwed. The Great Spirit will destroy it. If you're fine letting that happen, and we have nothing to gain either way, then I'd rather do nothing. We want to stop Dana from getting destroyed. We want to save it. But not if it means having to sacrifice one of us in the process. If all you're gonna do is sit back and watch us where it's safe, Then quit ordering us around and shut up!
Alphen.
What you say is irrational. Be that as it may, I shall accede to your demand.
You'll agree?
I am an observer. The Sovereign, Maiden, and Renis Alma are my species' greatest achievement. I wish to see how well they work against the Great Spirit in light of our demise by its hands.
But what are we supposed to do about the Renis Alma? One of your buddies ran off with it back on Lenegis.
It is likely that the Renis Alma is with the Great Spirit, functioning as a catalyst for it to receive Dana's astral energy.
So our only option to retrieve it is to head straight for the Great Spirit and take it back?
According to my observations, the astral energy is most densely concentrated in the center of Rena, where the Great Spirit's core is located.
So right in the middle of that giant flower, then.
I have one more question. You've said that Rena's great astral spirit is already integrated with the planet. What will happen to Rena once it vanishes?
Without the will of the Great Spirit, Rena is predicted to collapse. Even in such a scenario, the energy will disperse, and the Great Spirit will likely not reform.
So you're saying that even if we manage to beat the Great Spirit without destroying it, we'll still be in danger?
Likely, the collapse will occur in stages. It is recommended that you all escape before the final stage.
Man, I wish that thing would tell it to us straight for once.
Hevrek 35 and the others have gotten used to hypothesizing from afar is all. Fix our starship. We're going to Rena.
Excellent.
But I want to make one thing clear. We're doing this for ourselves, to protect what matters to us. We're not doing it for your sake, or because you told us to. Remember that.
It matters little to me. The end result shall be the same. Repair work on your starship has commenced. You'll have to wait until it's finished.
Man, is it too much to ask for Hevrek 35 to talk like a normal person? I swear I can feel my brain starting to fry after listening to all that complicated stuff.
Don't worry. I think we're mostly done with him. Now all we have to do is rest up and wait. Once the Fall Knights is good to go again, we'll be taking off for Rena right away. Is the Renis Alma really our only hope against the Great Spirit? There has to be another way, right?
Shion's Firemaster Core was able to suppress astral energy to prevent it from gaining sentience, right? Couldn't we make use of that somehow?
I'm not sure. In small doses, maybe, but with the amount of energy we're talking about here.
Back in Calaglia, the Blazing Sword was able to take in a whole spirit vessel's worth of energy. If it has the capacity to manage that, it can do this, right?
Except after it absorbed the energy, it ended up releasing it all moments later, remember? Let's not forget, it nearly killed you. Besides, this is the Great Spirit we're talking about, not a paltry vessel. Even if I could use the Master Core, your body wouldn't be able to take the strain of channeling that much energy.
Hevrek 35 didn't mention it, and it did not seem the type to skimp on details. So assuming it's even possible, the chances are slim to none.
You're probably right.
You still thinking about what the scientists told us? About where Renans really come from?
I am. but not for myself.
You're worried of the Renan people.
The fact that our people have been the same this whole time will only give the Dahnans further reason to resent us.
But you still intend to confront this truth head-on, don't you?
Well, I did declare that I would live my life for the living, and not the dead. Even as I dream of retirement, I shall remain dedicated to the cause.
I'm sure you'll do great.
Now that I think about it, I don't believe I've ever heard you criticize or reproach us Renans even once.
I'm no saint. I have skeletons in my closet too. There was definitely a time when I hated Renans for who they were. I hated them just for being Renan. But you changed that, Dohalim. You gave me an opportunity to see them in a different light. Thanks to your reforms, we were able to stand next to Renans not as slaves, but as equals for the first time in our lives. Of course, I'm sure there were some Renans who still hated us on the inside. But we knew that not all of you were like that. There were those of you who were good, and that was a start. When it comes down to it, Renans are just people. They can be good or bad, just like Dahnans.
That is, in essence, the heart of your approach, isn't it? That we're all people.
Yeah, it is. When you can pull someone aside and talk to them one-on-one, then you have the chance to come to an understanding. But as soon as you stereotype, that chance goes away, and you stop thinking of them as people that you can relate to.
I understand what you're saying, but we're talking about massive numbers of Renans and Dahnans alike. Realistically speaking, surely they won't all be able to get along.
Even if we end up butting heads with one person, maybe we'll find better luck among their friends. If we can build a society that works like that, that'll be something worth nurturing and protecting.
So you wish for people to form real bonds and do away with the hierarchy outright? To deal with one another as humans, and nothing more? That's the ideal future you hope to see when this is all over?
Yes, I do. I think it would make for a fine tribute to my brother's legacy. Though, that said, I would be doing it for the people of the future first and foremost. Do you still plan to return to Lenegis when this is over?
Indeed I do. I don't know whether I'll be able to reside in Lenegis proper, however. My first order of business may be to find somewhere to live.
You'll always have a home in Menancia, you know.
As I shall ever keep in mind.
Well, if you ever need a helping hand, don't hesitate to come get me. I'll always be there for you, Doe.
Did you just... Never mind. Thank you, Kisara. I appreciate your patience as I work all this out.
Don't even mention it. And really, when you think about it, now that we know the two of us aren't so different after all, don't you think that brings down a barrier that used to be between us?
You know, I hadn't actually thought of it that way before. But I do like the sound of it.
Yeah, I think I do too.
Hey, why'd you call me here? Was there something you wanted to talk about?
Well, if everything we've heard about the Great Spirit is true, then we're getting close to our final battle. So I wanted to apologize while I can.
Apologize? For what?
I was being real stupid before, about whether Dana's will had been controlling us and all that. I get why you're angry now. Anybody would be if something they trusted was being questioned. So, I'm sorry, Rinwell. Really. I should have kept my mouth shut.
No, Law. Honestly, I think you might have been onto something. Of course you were worried. Who wouldn't be if they found out there might be some invisible force pulling our strings this whole time?
But you really trust Dana's will, don't you? Is it because you can sense it a lot more than the rest of us? Because you can understand it?
Yeah, I think that might be part of it. But I also want to believe it's good.
Believe?
Remember how I used to really resent coming from a family of mages?
Yeah, of course. Because you were always on the run and had to live in hiding.
When we rescued Zephyr and I finally decided to come along with you all, something changed inside me. It was the first time I felt like my powers had any meaning, even if that meaning was only helping you guys fight. Then, when I felt Dana's will, I was overwhelmed by how vast and warm it was. It made me want to believe my powers were made to connect with it. It made me believe I had a bigger purpose.
So that's why you hope it doesn't turn out to be bad. You almost need it to be kind.
Yeah.
Well, alright. Then I promise I'll lay off bad-mouthing it.
You will?
There's no way for me to know for sure one way or the other, right? But you trust it, Rinwell, and that's enough for me. So I'll trust it because you do.
Remember what I said about neither planet's great spirit reaching us here?
Yeah?
That's not quite true. I can feel just a little bit of Rena's inside you and everyone else.
You... what?
I sensed it when we first got here. It's a really small amount, so it doesn't feel like it has a will of its own. But I think that's how Dana's energy probably is too.
So you're saying there's a little bit of Dana's will inside each of us? In a way, doesn't that mean we're all Dana's will?
What?
Well, like you said, unless Dana's energy comes together, it has no will. So if we all have a little bit of Dana's astral energy inside us...
Yeah, maybe...
Heverick 35 might know the answer. But, you know what? I don't need to ask it. My will is my own. I fight for who I want to fight for. That's who I am now. Who I've become. So thanks, Rinwell, for sharing that with me. To be honest, the only reason I was suspicious of Dana's will. Well, I mean, it mostly was... I feel like you and I had grown apart lately, and I was worried it was because...
Huh?
Never mind. Nothing. Just forget about it.
Huh? No, what were you saying?
Saying? I don't remember
Come
saying
on.
anything.
Now you won't tell me what you were thinking?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Then spit it out already.
You sure you don't want to get some rest?
I can't. I've got too much on my mind. Especially knowing how close our last battle is. How are you doing, Shion?
Same as you, still trying to absorb everything.
Remember when it was so simple? We were only fighting all the lords on Dana? All of that feels like a lifetime ago, doesn't it?
Ages and ages ago. Everything that's happened since we first met. So many fights, so much chaos, so many wonderful people.
If I hadn't run into you that day, well, I wouldn't have met all of you. I never would have held the blazing sword or looked for something more. I wouldn't have my memories back. I'd still be a faceless slave, like as not long dead.
Hey, Alphen. I want you to promise me something.
Yeah?
If we can't find the Renis Alma, there's something I want you to do. Like Hevrect 35 said, the only way we can end the Great Spirit for good is to go after both the main body in Rena and the thorns in me. I need you to promise me, Alphen, that if for some reason we can't get the Renis Alma back, you'll use the blazing sword to destroy the Great Spirit, and me along with it.
Huh?
It's true the blazing sword may not have the strength of the Renis Alma. But it's taken us this far. It's slain lords and beasts. At the very least, it has to be worth a try.
You can't be serious. Have you forgotten everything
Listen,
that we've...
The Great Spirit isn't just our problem. It's a threat to our entire world. Renans and Danans alike. We don't know what's going to happen when we face it, but we need to be prepared for anything. We can't second-guess ourselves when the time comes. I promise you, I'm not planning on going anywhere. I'm prepared to fight with absolutely everything I've got. But if it comes down to it, I need you to be prepared too.
Okay. But you should know that I'm not going to give up on you, Shion. I'm going to fight this until the very end. I hope you can forgive me for that.
Alphen. Okay, I understand. And I'll forgive you.
Thank you, Shion.
So it's a promise then?
Yeah, it's a promise.
I remember how I felt the first time you touched me. My thorns made any contact a mistake no one would ever make twice. After they'd seen what could happen, fear would always linger behind their eyes. In my entire life, I never had someone willingly reach out to me. But when you reached out to me and gently took my hand, you didn't react at all. It was so easy for you. I don't have words for the shock I felt in that moment.
That's because I couldn't feel pain back then.
Even once you could, though, you still chose to keep reaching out to me. And when you did, I felt this warmth that I had never known before. But still, I hate having to see you suffer through it every time you do.
You won't have to worry about that for much longer.
You think so?
I do, because Shion,
No. You can tell me once my thorns are gone. Okay?
Yeah. Okay. Everybody get enough rest? We ready for this?
Yeah, we should probably get moving.
Agreed. Can't stand around waiting all day.
Our task is relatively straightforward. We need only descend down to Rena, defeat the Great Spirit, and restore stability to both worlds.
We're fighting for a new future for both Dana and Rena.
Right. We've come this far. We will save our worlds. That's a promise.
Then let's go, everybody. We've got one last wall to tear down.
Repairs on your starship are complete. Everything is in working order.
Is that you, Hevrek 35? You can see us from where you are?
I can. I can see anywhere within the bounds of Dake Faisal.
Sounds like someone's a peeping Tom.
Maybe we should give Hevrekt 35 a break. It has been stuck in this tiny facility for a very, very long time.
I have unlocked all functions on your starship. You can now make use of its warp drive.
Warp drive? Wait, you mean like what the Red Women used on us? What brought us here?
It's possible that the Red Women may have found a way to activate it on the starship. They are Helganquil, after all.
Using the warp drive, you should be able to breach Rena's atmosphere without being detected.
Wait, should?
You'll need to be careful. Due to the force field surrounding Rena, the ship will be unable to go any further than the surface of the planet.
So, once we reach the shell, it appears we'll have to infiltrate the core by foot. Understood.
We gotta go all the way down just walking?
Will all the Helganquil go back to normal once we defeat the Great Spirit? I have a strange feeling we're going to have to fight them before this is all over.
The extinction of my people is inevitable at this stage. As such, it would be illogical to risk the success of the mission in a vain attempt to save my kind.
We understand.
Can't that thing lighten up a bit? Everything it says seems to be about what's illogical.
Well, come on, Doe.
Hold up, did you just...
You heard the lady. Get going.
I have one last question.
What?
As Sovereign, your identification number indicates that you are well past your predicted life expectancy. Similarly, the Maiden lacks any identification number, as her function should have been rendered unnecessary. Despite this, the two of you continue to exist. Why?
We exist because others have entrusted this to us. Over the years, many people have come together and sworn to see this through to the end.
You mean it is because of multiple chance interactions? The likelihood of such events is statistically improbable. Why have you two continued to persist under these conditions?
It's hard to explain. To be honest, I don't think it's something an observer could understand. All right, time to get back on... the Fall Knights.
It would appear that our Helganquil host really has fulfilled its end of the bargain.
You know what that means. Time to go to Rena.
I guess this means we should give that warp drive a spin.
there's nothing here. This weird ocean we're surrounded by just stretches out everywhere. Is this really where the Helganquil come from?
I don't sense even a trace of astral energy. This world is dead.
Then this must be the Hollowing.
You mean to tell me this whole world, the entire ocean is that stuff?
And it's covering everything. The entire planet.
This is what the Great Spirit does. After it depleted this planet of every last speck of astral energy, it went after Dana.
So arresting. This world of doom.
Back in its day, Rena was probably just as vibrant as Dana is. But after being robbed of its astral energy for so long, those days are gone and past. This is all that will remain.
So the Great Spirit took everything. It stole energy not just from living beings, but the land, the sea, everything.
And it bound the Helganquil in servitude, until their whole world was nothing but this. And by the looks of it, that's how it remains to this day. A world of death and emptiness.
With nothing left here to consume, the Great Spirit turned its sights on Dana, looking for another host.
You're saying if we don't stop it, this is what Dana's going to look like?
We can be sure that even these few remaining remnants of Renan life will not be spared in the end.
If the oblivion and darkness both Shion and Naori saw comes to pass, nothing will survive. It looks like we can climb down from there. Let's take a look.
So this is Rena. This is where everything began. Yet it's a dead world?
I won't let Dana suffer the same fate. Ever.
A hollowed ocean as far as the eye can see. What do you think would happen if we fell in?
What do you mean, what would happen? You'd drown, wouldn't you?
Come to think of it, I don't believe I've heard of someone ever trying. Perhaps you'd like the glory of being the first?
Nah, I'll pass.
This is essentially a world-sized Renan graveyard. Are you proposing to disturb the dead slumber just to satisfy your curiosity, Law?
No, because I said I passed.
Taking an interest is understandable, but let's not forget where we are. This place deserves our respect.
Looks like we're not going to be hearing the end of this one for a while.
You'd think I was already snorkeling in it or something. So the idea is to seal the Great Spirit inside the Renis Alma using the Sovereign and Maiden's power. But just how do we do that exactly?
I'm guessing it won't be as easy as holding a spirit channeling ceremony at our leisure.
I already had wielded astral energy once 3 centuries ago. As for suppressing her thorns, Shion's had a lifetime's experience. The problem isn't just our enemy's strength. It's that it's sentient, too. And you can bet anything you like it's not going to just sit back and let us destroy it.
In other words, we need to find some way to weaken it in advance. The Great Spirit, that is.
Back when Shion's thorns flew out of control, we were able to deal with them directly. If this is their host, they should be even more corporeal here.
If that's the case, it should make them easier to attack at least. And if we can manage to divert enough energy away from the spirit's core, even temporarily,
we might just be able to weaken it enough to steal the Renis Alma, which we can then use to seal it away forever. It won't be easy, but it's our only shot. Time to buckle up. Question for you. Let's say, knock on wood, everything turns out for the best.
What'll the world be like? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of this, do you really think everything will be that different?
A lot will have to change, that's for sure. The world will have to adjust to so much. My only worry is if those changes turn out to be merely skin deep.
What do you mean?
It's well and good putting an end to Renan rule. But if it just turns the tables, it's all for naught.
That's true. Just as bad if the Dahnans started pressing their own.
Renans, Dahnans, astral art users, mages. The world is full of labels used to divide and separate people.
If only we could see differences like that for what they are. No different as someone having a musical talent or being good with their hands. Not differences so much as characteristics.
It will take someone in power to set an example. But with time, people will follow. And then, perhaps one day...
there will no longer be any need for the example. It will have become second nature.
That's where we come in. We can set the example. Imagine it. A world where magic and astral arts are used to help people. Where that's the norm rather than the exception.
Yeah, you're right, Rinwell. Why wait for somebody else? We can show them ourselves.
Finally.
Right!
Saxleo Temple. Isn't that where Shion was being held? Shh.
Hey, Law. Been training?
Yeah, I guess I got a little carried away. You think this is bad, you should see the state of my underwear.
Yeah. A word of advice. You might want to refrain from mentioning that stuff around girls. Ones without a military history especially.
Man, can you imagine Rinwell's face? She'd have a nervous breakdown.
I meant in general, but... you sure mention her a lot, you know.
Huh? Oh, you know, she's always there, even when you least expect it. Springs to mind easily.
Either that, or maybe some part of you is subconsciously always wishing she was there.
May the trials and tribulations of young romance never change.
Romance? Like I'd be interested in that know-it-all tomboy. I'm more about mature women. Someone more like Kisara.
You know, I used to be a tomboy too when I was Rinwell's age.
Look, it's not tomboys I have anything against. But come on, you gotta admit she can be a lot to handle.
Hey, I miss anything? What's all the fuss about?
Rinwell.
Thunderblade!
Ah! What the hell was that for?
A little birdie told me you were speaking about me behind my back. Whew!
From the looks of it, I'd say you've got yourself a rival.
It wouldn't be called the Spring of Youth without a little storm every now and then.
Hey, Shion. How are you and Alphen getting on these days?
That's a little out of the blue. Why do you ask?
Sorry, it's just... I don't know, I'm just curious, I guess. I mean, a lot's changed now he's got his senses back and all.
I suppose you're right. Well, to tell you the truth, if he'd been the way he is now back when I'd first met him, I probably wouldn't have gotten this involved. But then, if we hadn't met like we did, then I never would have experienced these feelings, so... I guess it's complicated.
I can imagine. I know it's not the same thing, but... I know what it feels like to have someone you love who's out of reach.
Because of Miguel.
Alphen's still alive. It's not too late, you know. And after all, who can say what the future holds? I think if I were you, I'd take things as they come for now.
Besides, touch isn't everything. I've never touched you, Xion, but that doesn't stop you from knowing that I care about you, right?
That's true. But I do remember back when we first met, you made it plenty clear you weren't my biggest fan.
But that was a long time ago. There were lots of things I didn't understand back then. Not that that's the point.
Don't worry, I'm only teasing. I know what you mean. Thank you. And you're right. There are ways to convey your feelings besides just touching.
I'll say, cooking immediately springs to mind. And if it's someone's favorite dish, all the better. If there's something on your mind that you want to tell him, why not try appealing directly to his stomach?
You might just have a point. I'll give it a shot.
Uh-oh. If it's Alpin's palate you're appealing to, that doesn't bode well for the rest of us.
Well, friendship is about being supportive. Sometimes we just have to do our best and take one for the team, right?
Hey! Hey, I just realized something!
Is this about dinner last night? I didn't realize those ingredients were off.
What? No! I mean... Wait, you fed us rotten food?
Rinwell, the point.
Oh, yeah, right. So I was thinking about those armored soldiers we've seen. There are regular Renans inside them, right?
Yeah, they're designed to make whoever's wearing them stronger. At least, I think that's the idea.
Right. So it kind of begs the question then, why are they made so huge?
I don't know, makes them more intimidating, I guess? Or maybe all that tech wizardry inside takes up a lot of space.
You don't think it's weird how the armored soldiers are the exact same height as the Helganquil?
Can't say I'd ever noticed it till now. And?
Connect the dots, Law!
Okay, let me get this straight. You think the armored suits might have originally been designed to allow Renans to work alongside the Helganquil?
Huh. But if that's true, what would that mean?
It would mean... just that, I guess. But still, don't you think it's kind of interesting?
Not hugely. Hey, Kisara, well, I've got you. What's on tonight's menu? Because I was thinking, maybe meat?
Get him, Hootle.
What did I do?
Oh, now you want to listen. Keep pecking, Hootle!
Ow, ow, ow! Seriously, what the hell?
Finally. If only...
Even after staying here, we never truly got to the bottom of what makes this realm's citizens tick.
Renan and Danan are meaningless distinctions here. To have one's own mind is strictly forbidden. All that matters is blind obedience.
That might be the case now, but it can't always have been like that. There must have been something more.
Once, maybe. Question is that something still salvageable?
If it's not, we'll just have to make something new. No, not we. They've had enough foisted on them as it is.
You're right. It's time the people here had the chance to forge their own path. That's not to say it'll be easy, but it will be worthwhile.
These things take time to... What the... An ambush?
Sorry. There was a huge flying bug and I sort of shot without thinking.
A bug? You mean like a Zeugl?
Something tells me she would have shot it, whether it was a Zeugl or not.
This realm is teeming with humid forests. It's only natural insects would feel more at home here than Menancia. In fact, I seem to recall reading somewhere that bugs around these parts lay their eggs in human food to ensure healthy incubation.
Sounds like they're tougher than they look.
What about you, Alphen? Bugs don't creep you out?
I wouldn't say I was their #1 fan. Mind you, if times get desperate enough, I've been known to eat them.
Insects as a culinary option, you say? What kind of seasoning are we talking?
Dohalim, I don't think he was talking about cooking them.
Hey, a lizard! I never thought about this until now, Alphen, but doesn't it get hot wearing that armor all the time? You feel heat and cold again, don't you?
Admittedly, yeah. It can get pretty toasty in this thing.
Is it hard when your back starts to itch?
Oh, you bet. Plus, my shoulders get stiff wearing it, even if it's not all that heavy.
Kisara looks like she manages all right with her armor.
Armor takes a strong body and a stout heart.
Spoken like a true guardsman. Not that I really get what you mean.
The more I think about it, the more I realize what a pain it must be. Like, what do you do when you need to take a leak?
Ew!
That part can be a bit of a pain, yeah. More things to take off.
That sucks, man. Wouldn't it be easier if you just walked around outside of your armor most of the time instead?
You never know when the enemy might attack. As tempting as it might be to take it off, it's not worth getting killed over.
So basically, you're screwed if you ever get attacked while taking a dump. Right, Rinwell?
Are you doing this on purpose?
You know, guys, when you think about it, we've taken out a lot of Zeugles. Like, a whole lot.
You can say that again. If one thing's for certain in this world, it's that wherever we go, we'll always end up bumping into them.
Isn't it weird that they're still so plentiful? You don't think the Renans have, like, a ranch where they breed them, do you?
Certainly in all of my years, I've never heard of them constructing such a massive facility on Dana, let alone up in Lenegis.
The only thing I can think of, then, is that the feral ones must be reproducing on their own.
There's also no organized effort on our part to hunt them down, so it's difficult to fully exterminate them.
Exterminate them? Whoa, don't you think that's maybe a little harsh?
What do you mean?
Zeugles originally used to be living creatures native to Dana and Rena, right? Being genetically modified isn't their fault.
You're right. Zeugles were only created because of us Renans. We altered the original creatures to suit our own ends.
First, people made Zeugles, and then we let them go. And now we're trying to kill them because they're a threat. They really have only seen the very worst, huh?
I hope we find a way to be able to live side by side with them one day.
It's a nice thought, but they attack towns and cities. What else are we supposed to do?
Aside from the strays that have gone wild, it's worth remembering that Renans are able to keep them somewhat under control.
If we had distinct territories that didn't overlap, that might reduce the danger they pose.
Well, I guess when you look at it that way, maybe people and Zeugles aren't so different after all. Oh. Just great. Cheers!
Cheers! What? Nice try, you two.
Never.
Wait. Something's wrong.
I couldn't catch it. I'll always be alone. How could I? Oh, please. I'm so lonely.
Oh no. This is just like what happened before. Alphen!
I'm alone. I'm all alone.
What can I do to get her to snap out of it? There aren't any thorns this time. Oh, I've got it!
Alphen?
Shion, you're not alone. You've got all of us. And it wasn't just one bouquet either. There's also this one from me. So please, don't give up. We'll fight this together. Shion!
You dummy! That's not what I was upset about. How many times do I need to tell you not to blindly rush into things? That said, it does make me feel better. Even if your bouquet is just a weapon named after one.
I'm just glad I could help. And I made another one to go with it, so it wouldn't be lonely either.
You never cease to amaze me, Alphen. Seriously.
feeling...
Better now, Xion?
I'm sorry I lost my cool like that.
Don't worry. It's not like I have any room for criticism.
Being a grown-up isn't easy, is it?
Finally made it.
I hear a voice. Somebody's asking for help.
Yes.
Excuse me!
Hey!
Really now?
What?
I see. Agreed.
Very nice.
Dohalim? The line of researchers is getting longer.
Perhaps I should have put more thought into this before accepting.
Looks like we made it here in one piece.
Hey.
Yes.
Just great.
How's
Got it.
Hey! Yay!
All right. I never realized before just how hot this place is. It's like being inside a fire.
You're only just noticing? Ah, yes, forgive me. The whole lack of sensory feedback situation.
That's the one. It's hard to believe I once worked in this soup, let alone helped spearhead a revolution.
And all with the mask concealing your face. It must have been very grimy beneath that.
Back then, we had our plates full enough dealing with constant abuse from our Renan overlords. It never occurred to me the air itself was oppressive in its own way. My head spinning just with the effort it takes to walk.
I think that's called heat stroke. You might want to take a sip of water.
You mean that water that's been festering under the sun for days? I wouldn't chance it without boiling it first.
Oh, I know! I'll go to the dock and fetch us some clean water.
Water alone won't suffice. He'll need to ensure his sodium levels are replenished as well.
In that case, let's see if we can rustle up some rock salt. Alphen, you go cool off in the shade for a while. Xion, stay and keep an eye on him.
And then there were two.
Bit of an overreaction, but it's still kind of them.
Maybe it's not the time, but this place brings back memories.
I know what you mean. We're back where it all started.
You don't ever regret meeting me sometimes, do you?
Are you kidding? You started all of this. Bringing down the wall, retrieving my sense of self. I have no regrets.
Oh, Welcome back, Law.
We finally made it.
I sense a poor soul who is in dire need.
Sounds like our cue to step in and help.
Yeah!
Hey.
Yeah!
Just...
I guess... Thanks.
Huh?
Well... All right.
All right.
I guess. Whew. Got it.
Looks... It's like... we made it here in one piece.
Is this the barrier that's keeping the Zoogle in that Nath mentioned?
Looks like it. Our Zoogle pal should be on the other side.
This barrier is weird. It looks old and half-finished. Plus, he said it was okay to break.
I mean, we won't need it anymore once the Zoogle's going, right? So what does it matter? Did they really think that barrier was enough for a Zoogle like that?
It was. That thing was sturdier than you give it credit for.
Really? So that's the Zoogle, huh? This should be a piece of cake.
Don't get careless, Law.
Think we can take that thing?
I've got a really bad feeling about this.
Wait! You're mine!
Lightning Ladder! Thunderblade! Now crush! Illuminate the sky!
No armor can stop me!
Remind me to stay on your good side.
Now you see what I can
do! This one's all mine!
Lightning Flash!
Vacuum blade!
Let's keep up the pressure!
Thanks, Sheila.
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry. I'll do better. Escape!
A chain between heaven and earth.
Burn!
A wailing cannon!
This one's mine.
Raining flash! I owe you one. Take it!
Lightning meteor!
Hold on to your arm.
And just like that, I'm back in it.
Start by holding the front line.
No sooner said than done.
Too much!
Leave the enemy's arc to me.
No complaints here!
Raining flash! Blew away!
I can do this all
Raining
day.
flash! Blew away! I limits!
By the power of flame!
Vacuum blade!
Finish without a trace! Divine
Incineration wave!
Hurricane Beam!
Blew away! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Ha! Let me show you what my arts can do!
No! Can't end here!
Don't leave me! Take this! Resuscitation!
Going in!
Inferno
Can't get out of this!
By the power of flame! Finish without a
Lightning meteor!
Time to shine! Not on my watch! Steering
This one's all mine!
None
Here I
shall
come.
escape my judgment! Lightning orb!
Incineration wave!
Hurricane
Not today!
Havoc Slump! A thing between heaven and earth!
Raining slash!
Piercing roar! Wailing Dantia lightning!
You're mine! I'm not
Divine
done!
Savior!
Inferno crossing!
Cyan Instant!
Inquire ahead.
Here I come!
Outstanding sword! By the power of Radiant
This one's
Storm!
mine.
Annihilation!
Blew away!
Radiant Flash!
Can't move!
Come on! I'll bring you back from death's abyss! Lightning! Raging Cascade!
What's that?
Here goes! Magic Shazam! Freeze! Havoc! Flash in the wind! Airstrike! Lunar Arc! Ready to go!
Soda!
Searing Tempest! And that's the
Soaring
Flare
Blast
line! Flare to three! Switch I'll bring you back from death's abyss! Inferno!
I let my guard down.
I'll smash you! Knock it into next week!
Smart. Healing circle!
Raining
What would I do
flash!
without you? Dirt! Tunnel!
I'm not done!
Resuscitation! Blah, 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 magic!
Incineration wave!
Feel! Train harder!
I'm not
Let's
done!
get you all tucked away! Healing circle!
Eat this!
Thank you for all your help.
Here goes!
Don't mention it. I'm glad to know someone's got my back.
Can't get out of this!
Tiger Blade!
Raining
None
flash!
shall escape my judgment! Vanquish
Dragon Swarm!
Nothing
this.
gets by me!
Explosive
Here's
rain!
a healing energy all day!
Try harder! Not a chance!
Look sharp!
Mega Ray!
Come on!
Storm! Mega Ray! Blown
Inferno
Flash! There you go!
away.
Don't let up! Ice Prison! Searing Flame! Reload!
It's time!
Cyan Instant! Back into the fray!
Try this!
Freezing Storm!
Switch to explosive rain!
Waterfall! Ice
Piercing wall! Blow away! Take this!
In here!
Be still! The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Soda!
It looks like you got this one covered.
To stop you dying?
Rising Phoenix! Try harder! Try harder! My turn! Take this! That did it!
Healing circle!
Ignite!
Look sharp! Radiant Pierce! Inferno crossing!
Blew away!
Lightning
Raining Flash! Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Raging Cascade! Annihilation!
Here I go!
Look sharp! Inferno
Blew away! Raining Flash!
It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire! None shall escape my judgment!
Here I come! Be still!
My head's spinning just watching it! It looks like we made a mess!
Here comes a big one!
Lunar Arc! Here! Run for the wind! A whirling struggle!
Not now, not ever! Take it!
Raining
Flash! Blow away!
I'll heal you all!
Can't move!
Don't give up! Round and pound!
All right.
I'll bring you back from
Take
death's abyss!
this!
Gale Sword!
Down! You're off!
Try harder! My turn! No escape!
I'll heal you all! I call upon thee!
Raining Flash!
Not like this!
Thanks for the healing. Watch yourself, okay?
Yeah,
You too.
bring you back from death's abyss!
Incineration wave!
Resuscitation!
No
Raging
escape!
Cascade! Let me help!
Raining
First aid!
Dragon Swarm!
Their arcs were interrupted!
Try
Wind
this!
of heaven! First force!
Explosive It's on!
Tiger Blade!
Arc seal!
Pound and pound!
Raining
Let's get you all
Flash!
tucked away!
Blow away!
this!
Now, while it's reeling!
Take it down! I owe you one for that.
Dragon Force!
Now you've gone and picked me off!
lightning!
Piercing wall!
Tornado!
Lightning meteor!
Not on my watch!
Crescent moon! I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare Demolitor!
A whirling struggle!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss!
Winds of heaven! First force!
Not like this!
The freezing...
Here!
This should do it!
Lightning and tornado! Banana, let's go!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss!
Arcane waterfall! Resuscitation!
It's time!
Dance in the wind!
I have to train harder!
Spirit flame! The water
Going in! Armor won't save you!
Dance!
Here,
Mortal
let me help.
goblin! First aid!
Raining
In
slap!
here! Radiant flood! Here! This is a
Tiger blade!
Here I come! You'll pay for that! I'm not done!
Can't be happening!
Take this!
I can feel the medicine working.
You're my...
Your bruise
moving
all
back!
over. Did you even notice?
Guess
I'll
I got
bring you
carried
back
away.
from death. I'm not always going to be around to heal you, you know. What the...
Strike!
I've still got some fight left in...
I can feel the medicine working.
Now!
This can't be happening. I can feel the medicine working.
Resuscitation! The enemy is
Here,
going
let me
all
help.
out!
Knocked on you!
Dance in the wind! Arc requires complete... Annihilation!
Can't be happening.
Stay away from my friends!
What was I thinking?
I can't heal you forever. Here, let me help.
Is this it?
That's gonna smart. Gusty nail! Lunar corruption!
By the path. This can't be happening.
Cascades! Spread!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss.
A wailing banshee of lightning!
I'm going to need to use all the power of my healing arts to accomplish this.
Resurrection!
I'll bring you back from death's
Here I
abyss.
come!
Photon blast! Purge malevolence! Resuscitate waterfall!
I have to train harder.
One more!
Tear! Stardust!
Time to shine. None shall
Hit
escape
song!
my judgment.
Stardust! This should do it!
Hurricane strike is mine. Lightning
Here I
strike.
come! I'm not done!
Hurricane strike. I'm going to need to use all the power
Burn
of
in
my
hell!
Here's a healing art. Falling storm. First aid.
Raining slap!
Tiger blade. Lunar corruption.
You're mine!
Shattering water. Pieces. Inferno.
It's about to
Now
strike!
you're getting serious.
Look sharp, everyone!
Finish without a trick.
Art expert coming through!
I won't give up.
Let's go!
I can feel the medicine working. I'll bring you back some focus. Lacerating. Will they come swapping?
Not done yet!
Come
There.
on! Healing circle! Holy land!
Armor won't save you.
Resuscitation!
Raining
Radiant storm!
Blow away!
Swirl flight!
Raining
Celestial meteor!
We've got him on the run!
Don't get cocky!
Still anyone's fight!
Lunar blast!
Try harder! My turn!
Firmament render!
I'll bring you back from
Arrow
death's abyss.
fall!
It's go time!
Resuscitation!
I'm going to need to use
Is this
all
it?
the power of
Train
my healing
hard
arts to
render.
accomplish
Look sharp.
this.
Inferno fall!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss. Falling storm.
Firmament render!
Not done yet!
Time to shine.
Blow away!
Now you see what I can do.
Raining slap!
Lightning strikes.
Shining inferno fury! Raging cascade!
Water.
Here's
Deny.
our call!
Come on! Raining slap!
It's time to finish this. Die. Consuming wildfire.
The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Winds of
Burn it!
Here! Let me help! Annihilation!
can't move!
Thanks, Xion.
I'll bring you back from death to life. I can do all that! Between heaven and earth.
Take this!
A wailing mercy of lightning! Pull myself together.
Blow away!
I don't know what I'd do without you.
Perhaps now isn't the time?
I really don't.
What the...
I can't lose. In here. I'll be saving first aid.
No further!
Anything in armor is wrong. By the power of all disasters made one. A whirling struggle.
Raining slot!
Got it. Tiger blade.
Blow away!
Now's our chance.
Incineration wave!
On guard. Here's the bone.
Smash you!
I like my guard down.
Back from death to this. A wailing banshee of lightning. In here. I'll bring you back from death to this. I'll bring you back from death to this. A whirling struggle.
Do you require a hand?
Winds of heaven. I'm going to need to use all the enemy is going all out. Accomplish this. Dance in the wind. I'll bring you back from death to this. A wailing banshee
I'm nearly
of
done
lightning.
for.
Sealed.
Okay, here I come.
Raging storm. Let's go.
Shattering the pieces! Attack time!
Inferno. I let my guard down.
I can carve
death to
through
this.
armor! Not done yet!
Annihilate.
Can't get out of this!
I'll bring you back from death to
Through
this.
escape!
Resuscitation.
Blow away!
Will this help? I've still got some fight left in me. Here,
Take
let
this.
me help.
Raining
I
blast!
won't give up.
You! Stay away from... My friend! The flame inside you is yours to be run free!
Do it!
Totally! In an instant! Impact block!
Huh? What's a letter doing in a place like this?
Hell if I know. I highly doubt that Zoogle was trying to guard it. Still, somebody must have left it for some... Law.
Huh? What's up?
Something up?
It's from my old man. My dear son, I wonder how things will be between us by the time you read this.
In any case, I first want to congratulate you on all that you've accomplished. Making it this far requires a strong body, fine technique, an unwavering spirit, and most of all, friends that you can count on. If you have all of that, then I, as your father, have nothing to worry about. Those things together will always keep you on the right path. That brings me to what I really wish to discuss with you. As with all of us, there will someday come a time when you'll be a grown man who can and must think and act for himself. Whether you'll live in a world where blood will no longer be spilled between Dahnans and Renans, or when that day arrives, nobody can say. But even if peace still eludes us then, you'll have to decide how to live in this world. Listen to others with an open heart, but don't be swept away by their words. Always live on your terms. One more thing. If I ever see you again, I hope to say this to you in person, but neither of us knows what tomorrow may bring. Know this. Whatever you think of me, and what I've done, your mother and I love you very, very much.
And there's nothing in this whole world that will ever change that. Your father, Zephyr.
Zephyr.
I I can't believe he's only telling me all this after he's gone. What am I supposed to do with this?
Zephyr once told me that living freely meant being your own master. I think he wanted to make sure you know how he felt one way or another. What you do with that knowledge is up to you.
But that still doesn't explain why his father left that letter for him here, of all places.
Don't forget, we were led to this place. We may well get some answers if we go back to the source of all this.
Judging by the stench, I'd say the animals at the ranch are all grown now. Ow.
Did we really? You just spend that much money?
Hey, she's pretty cute.
Who are you looking at? Quit gawking and let's go.
Ow!
Hey.
Hey. I guess... No way. Damn. Whew.
All right.
This is...
Thanks.
You okay, Law? You seem kind of quiet.
I'm fine. Just feels a little weird returning home now that my dad's not here, I guess. Oh man, sorry. I didn't mean to bum you out too.
So I guess that means you'll be visiting your dad's grave while you're here. Right, Law?
His grave? What are you, nuts? There is no grave. The Rena would only destroy it the moment they found it.
Back before Calaglia was liberated, dead slaves would be dumped in mass burial sites. Either that or thrown on top of a bonfire. We got used to cremating our own to deny them the pleasure. Then we'd sprinkle the ashes from high up as a way of returning them to the motherland.
It's all we could do. That's the ceremony we had when my mom died, too.
But that was back then, right? Calaglia is liberated now. There's nothing to stop you from raising a true grave anymore.
I suppose you've got a point. Once you've been doing something for generations, though, it sort of begins to take root. It's a tradition of its own now.
My dad wouldn't want that anyway. Cheap and simple, he'd say. Besides, I can't treat him differently than my mom. They might not end up meeting on the other side.
I hadn't thought of it like that. Wow, imagine. The two of them reunited, back home where they belong. They're probably watching over us right now, at one with Great Dana. There's something almost poetic about it.
That's why I can't afford to screw up. If I know my pops, something as paltry as death won't stop him from coming to box my ears. Still, better than being left alone, I guess. Better than never knowing. You hear that, Dad? I'll make you proud. You'll see.
Are you just going to keep standing around or what?
Sorry, I'm just getting prepped over here.
Why are you staring at me?
I could ask the same thing.
So this is how the Sovereign and Maiden are supposed to look. You two go great together.
Law, come stand between us.
Oh, sure. You want me to put something white on as well?
Of course she doesn't.
Take a closer look, Shion. It's a miracle.
What are you talking about?
This outfit, it's already got blue accents on it.
So I see.
I love how much amazing food we get to eat even when we're out on the road.
Me too, especially compared to what I used to have when I was still a slave. This is paradise.
It's amazing what good food can do to keep your hopes up. Nagal used to say all the time that the power of food is subtle, yet profound.
Yeah, ain't that the truth? For whatever reason, I find I don't worry nearly as much when I've got a full stomach helping me out.
That's why you shouldn't be such a picky eater.
Huh?
She's right. You always leave food that you don't like on your plate when you're done.
Come on, what's the big deal?
Back in the day, I couldn't think about leaving any food. It was such a waste not to eat at all. You needed every last scrap of energy.
Exactly. Even when my brother and I didn't have much to eat, We all did what we could to make it taste good and enjoy what we had.
That definitely explains a lot about why you cook the way you do, Kisara.
Dohalim, I bet you don't know what any of that's like. You must be used to food being handed to you on a silver platter.
Sometimes it was gold.
You didn't shy away from that at all.
Although, there was one experience that does come to mind.
Oh?
When I first learned that the food I ate originally came from animals and fish, I was rather taken aback.
You just ate whatever was in front of you without even thinking about it?
That's a silver spoon elite for you.
Your cooking has really improved, Shion.
It's because of you that I understand what makes it so fun. I'm glad everyone seems to enjoy what I make too.
I've noticed a disturbing trend that after it's your turn to cook, our ingredients tend to run really low. What's up with that?
That is a good point, Law. There's a weird difference between the amount of ingredients she prepares and how much food actually gets served. Curious. Very curious indeed.
I don't know. Isn't it pretty normal for veggies to shrink a little when you fry them up?
Or maybe she eats all the bad batches herself so we won't notice.
Come on. I wouldn't do anything like that.
Then how would you explain the difference?
Ahem. I have a theory that I wish to propose.
What is it?
As we all know, Shion here can have quite the appetite. I imagine she often taste tests her own food as she prepares it. By my eye, it would appear that her footprints are leaving deeper impressions as of late. Far be it from me to level such an accusation, but the facts lead me to conclude that...
She's been snacking while she cooks.
And yet, she still looks so slender in her clothing.
Yeah, I'm kind of envious, actually.
Wait a sec, are you guys trying to say she's...
I'm what?
Nothing?
Nothing. Shion, about that fight just now.
Sorry about that. I was careless.
I didn't come to criticize you. Just please take better care of yourself.
You don't need to worry about me. In case you forgot, I can't exactly die anyway. It's like how you used to not care about getting beat up because you couldn't feel pain, and then I was the one to patch you up. It's the same thing.
You're right. That is how I used to be. But this isn't the same.
Then what do you mean? How is what's happening now different from what happened then?
It's different now.
Look, if you mean because you can feel pain again,
It's because I don't want to see you getting hurt. You're right. When I couldn't feel any pain, I put myself in all sorts of dangerous situations. I didn't listen to anybody's warnings, and I made a lot of people worried for no good reason. It was foolish. This isn't about you and me being able to take pain. I don't want to have to see you get hurt, Shion. It's too much for me to take. Is that a crazy thing to say?
No, it isn't. And I definitely don't like seeing you get hurt either, Alphen. We can't expect our enemies to show us any mercy, but I will do my best not to throw myself in harm's way out there either. How does that sound?
I'm sorry if I sounded harsh earlier. I didn't mean to. I just really want you to take better care of yourself.
I will. At least, for as long as I can.
Shion, could we talk a moment?
I thought you had something to talk about. I was waiting on you.
Not really. Why? Should I leave you alone when I don't?
No, it's fine.
We used to really have to force these conversations when we started talking to each other, didn't we?
To say the least. Hey.
What is it?
Do you think you'd like to make something together?
Make what exactly?
Just if you wanna make dinner together. What did you think I meant?
Huh? Dinner? Dinner! Yes! Yes, of course! Dinner! Right.
What did you think I was talking about?
No, it's nothing. Don't worry about it. Anyway, what did you have in mind?
Well, do you recognize these ingredients?
This is... Wait, is this?
So you remember? That's right. We're going to fix the very first meal we ever had together. Although I remember it not being well received when we had it.
You still remember that, huh? I'm sorry, Xion.
I'm just teasing you, Alphen. I picked this recipe because it's easy to make, and I thought it would be a good choice for dinner, too. Anyway, let's get to work. With both of us making it, we should be finished in no time.
I never thought we'd end up eating alone like this again. Just the two of us.
Yeah. So much has changed when you look back on it. Well, I guess maybe not what we're eating, but still.
No, I'd say even that's changed too, in a sense. Our meals are a whole lot better now.
True. We've both come quite a long way in the culinary arts.
That's not exactly what I mean. How do I put it? It feels like eating together is a lot more enjoyable than it used to be.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
Even after our battles are done, when Dana is saved and our mission is finished, we'll probably still be sitting down to dinner like this, night after night.
Yep, I doubt that much will change. You've always got to eat at some point.
I hope our dinners will always feel like this.
Maybe not exactly like this. Hopefully we won't still be camping out.
Oh, no, not at all. I meant in a nice, warm house. One with a roof over our heads and a proper fireplace, instead of an open campfire.
And real chairs instead of these logs. Nice plates and silverware on a big dining table. Oh, and a proper kitchen. That'd be nice too.
And when it's time to fix dinner, we'll be in that kitchen.
Standing side by side.
Whoops. Looks like we made too much. I don't think we'll be able to finish all this.
Yeah, you're right. I'll see if anybody else is still awake. I'd really hate to have to throw it away.
Side by side, huh?
I'm looking forward to breakfast. Did you get enough sleep?
Hey. Hey! Yes! Hmm?
Right.
Sure.
Hmm?
I don't believe this!
Ah! Okay! Great! Good.
Nice! Ah! Yes!
Oh!
amazing!
Nice work. Very nice.
Thanks.
Yes!
We've reached our destination.
Hey.
Yes. Oh.
Yay! What? Yeah!
Yes.
Yeah!
We avoided getting roasted in that ring, but what we could really use is something to cap this off.
Sure. Got any ideas on what would be good?
Mabo curry. Fried bread stuffed with curry.
You'd probably buy out the whole stock. Always good to be back in familiar territory.
Dohalim pancakes!
Huh?
Sure is good to be back in the pleasant climes of Menancia. Especially after the extremes of some of the other regions we visited.
Definitely. Your country is beautiful.
You do me an honor. However, this place was never mine to own.
I didn't mean it that way. Though, I guess technically you weren't born here either. Native or not, that doesn't change the feelings you had for the place. If I were you, I'd try to take a little pride in people's compliments.
Allow myself to feel pride, huh? That sounds like no easy task.
Nothing sounds easy when you overthink things the way you do. It must be exhausting.
He's always worrying about something. It's probably what gives him his eye for detail. That's just the way he is.
Yeah, so we'd noticed.
Let's change the subject, shall we? It's a wonder so many things coincided to bring us here. Alphen's awakening, Shion's decision to revolt, the Dahnan uprising in Calaglia, the Crown Contest's final, sputtering throws.
Zephyr's being in the right place at the right time, the fact that you happened to be a lord just as this was all going on.
It's almost as if we were brought together by design. By someone who wanted to bring down the system.
No, enough Hand of Destiny talk. We did this on our own steam. It's our responsibility to see it through.
Did Law just utter a pearl of wisdom?
I do think about things, you know. Just what do you take me for exactly?
Honestly, I always sort of pegged you as a likable dolt.
What the hell makes me a dolt, you dolt?
I mean, she did say he was a likable dolt, didn't she?
Let's refrain from poking this particular Zoogle any further. Some lessons just can't be taught.
Not to dolts, anyway.
Hey, Kisara. What's your secret for putting up with Dohalim? I don't know how you managed to deal with him.
Secret? Oh, I don't think it's as difficult as all that, really.
Could have had me fooled. Anyone who waxes lyrical on the aesthetic qualities of cactus thorns is a step too far for me.
And those poetic flourishes he sneaks into regular conversation? How am I supposed to react?
He likes the sound of his own voice, that's for sure. I say let him have his fun. No need to try and understand anything he says.
Has he always been like that?
He didn't seem as on edge all the time back in Menancia. Though he was my superior back then. So who's to say what I didn't see?
The Lord of Cislodia hid in plain sight while a crony posing as him carried out all his business. What if the Lord we met in Vicente was really...
An imposter? Dohalim? Hardly. Like it or not, that's him all right. In all his flamboyant, circumloquacious glory.
I'd like to see someone try to impersonate that on a daily basis.
Come to think of it, what with being a lord and all, he's probably never had anyone to speak to on an equal basis.
It wouldn't surprise me. Having you guys around, having a family in a way, must be what's helped him change.
A little heads up on some of his eccentricities would have been nice.
It's those eccentricities that make him who he is.
Filled with equal parts compassion and passion, always ready to boldly rescue anyone from the perils of the munchies. Delectable, ineffable Dohalim pancakes! Get 'em while they're hot!
That's quite the sales pitch.
This is all new to me as well, I assure you.
Why, if it isn't Lord Dohalim himself! Care for a pancake, my lord?
Might as well have some while we're here.
Indeed. However, I'm not sure how I feel about eating my own visage in front of the populace.
At least let me show you how to make them! I'll also teach you the most important part, how to draw Lord Dohalim.
Oh, this sounds like pure gold. I'm game.
Hey, we should make some pancakes right now.
They were drawing Dohalim's face back there. That seems like a handy trick to keep in your back pocket.
The recipe's light on ingredients, and a little extra work could bring the flavor right out.
Great, then let's make some together. Our very own personalized pancakes.
Sure, I got this.
You're out, Alphen. I don't need spicy pancakes. You're out too, Kisara. You'd win easily.
Win what? Is it a competition?
Yes, a contest between me, Xion, and Dohalim.
Wait, what? I'm more of an eating specialist?
You can say that again.
I accept any and all challenges.
Great, then I'll be the judge.
I can gather the ingredients.
Okay, then it's on!
Hey, what about me?
Maybe we'll have some luck finding what we need at the farm.
We finally made it.
Right. Thanks.
Oh! Whoa! Welcome, ladies and gentlemen! It's time to find out once and for all whose pancakes reign supreme!
I guess he's emceeing now.
Let's hear some thoughts from Kisara, our judge!
Indeed. This is a highly eclectic group of competitors. I look forward to seeing what they produce for us today.
Expectations sure are running high! Ah! And here comes Xion with her entry!
I applied all of my know-how to this, and put extra care into the visual presentation.
Well, that's bold.
Nothing wrong with Xian holding her head high. Let's see how it tastes. What?
I mixed in some candy that tingles the tongue.
Oh, I see. It's creative. I'll give it that. But it's quite, a mouthful, as it were. It might be too sweet.
Well, I should hope so. I put in as much food and sugar as I could. It should provide 3 days' worth of nourishment.
3 days' worth?
Our judge has been left stunned!
And not in a good way.
Now it's time for the Lord himself!
Here is what I made.
What the?
Dohalim pancakes!
I can't believe he actually did the art.
Go on, relish my crowning achievement to your heart's content.
Well, don't mind if I do.
Not even a moment's pause.
Dohalim, there's some strange liquid leaking out of this.
Indeed. I gathered delicacies the world over and packed them all in. That's what makes my masterpiece so good. Pancakes are overrated anyways.
And you're out.
Defeat.
And just like that, his lordship is disqualified!
What do I do? I just made regular old pancakes. They're both just so eccentric. And mine is so... How am I supposed to follow their acts?
Rinwell, you're up!
Okay, I'm coming. Just putting on some finishing touches. Woo! Oh, Hootle. Ah! Your face! Whew. Are you sure? Well, okay. I'll never forget you, Hootle. Yeah!
Huh?
Okay, made it. Here you go.
Oh no, you didn't.
Huh?
Never mind. Let's see what Judge Kisara thinks.
Let's see. It's nice and soft around the edges, and yet there's a Hootle face firmly imprinted in the middle. The contrast of fluffiness and firmness is simply fascinating. And there's a sweet texture that's nicely offset by the jam's tartness. That, and it's the strangest thing, it gives me this odd sense of ardor and conviction. I give this a perfect winning score.
Rinwell takes the title!
Looks like you reign supreme over pancakedom.
I don't understand. I thought I'd gotten the look and taste perfect. What could I have done wrong? Huh? Where's Kisara?
She took off running to burn off the food she ate.
I may have done her a disservice. I guess I was only thinking about what I personally would want to eat.
You know, these other ones are actually pretty good. I could go for more of this texture and salty sweetness.
I agree. Still, they pale next to Rinwell's pancakes.
Yeah, no question there.
In fact, I would love to partake in them again sometime. Whatever gave it such a fright?
Don't worry about it. I'll draw all of your faces next time.
I can't wait.
You just draw them, right?
think Hootle senses something.
I wonder what Helganquil civilization was like at its zenith.
I can imagine that'd be something you'd take an interest in.
There's no question it must have been advanced, like none either world has ever seen. We could surely stand to learn a thing or two from such a people.
I get that you're itching to delve into its history, but we've got bigger fish to fry right now.
Put a pin in it, and you can do all the research you want when you retire.
I can think of worse things than a retirement dedicated to research. As for whether Rena is amenable to an aging specimen...
It's a little early to be giving it serious thought just yet.
A man can dream, though. A man can dream.
Oh, we didn't say there's anything wrong with dreaming.
In your case, Dohalim, dreams have a habit of spiraling into something else.
You'll need to stay with us for now, though. You're too helpful to let retire.
Why do I feel this is less of a compliment and more of an ultimatum?
Just a friendly suggestion.
Looks like we've warped into that pit of astral energy.
Helganquil! Guess they don't need their Red Woman disguises anymore.
Wait, can you understand us?
It's no use. We're not going to get through to them.
So they really are being controlled. In that case, we've got no choice.
I knew there was something off here!
They're not pulling punches. We have no choice but to beat them at their own game.
Burn in hell! Lightning, Needle!
Here I come!
Freeze Lancer! Rain Blast! This one's mine! Concentrate!
Glacial Dive!
Think you can fly? Air Thrust!
Here I come!
Fire Flame!
An astral art?
That's my cue!
I never
Shut him down!
This is looking good!
together!
Ready, stop! You're mine!
May 1,000 gales carry you to dread! None shall escape my judgment! Hold on to your earth! Here I come! Surrender! Will this go?
Explosive ring! This one's all mine! I'll burn it all! Flaming pillar! Fire!
I think the enemy's getting desperate.
Got them where we want them.
Don't tip your hand, though.
As impressive as always.
Here I hope that wasn't proof.
No, I mean, you're even better than ever.
I've never seen Xion actually look flustered.
In an instant! Impact block! My turn! Vacuum blade!
Here I go!
Look sharp! Incineration wave!
Go time!
Ready to fly!
Now you see what I can do!
Tackle!
Air Thrust!
Soaring light spear!
Heaven and earth!
Here I come!
I will
Vacuum
do
blade!
it! Lightning!
Remote!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
Got
Here I well done!
Dazzling spin!
Alphen.
I can't forgive them for what they've done, but I hate killing them. They don't even know why they're fighting. How does that even make them any different from the Danan slaves?
Perhaps. However, if we don't make a choice, the guilt of not doing anything will be that much worse.
Yeah, I know. I hate for it to be like this. But if it happens again, you won't find me hesitating to act.
I wonder if we're going to get attacked again.
If we lose heart... No, this whole mission is over. We have to stay the course.
I thought there'd be more dirt and rocks and stuff underneath the hollowed ocean, but it's all artificial.
I would imagine they're remnants left behind by the Helganquil, seeing as there's little actual land remaining.
It's incredible. Do you think it stretches all the way down to the center of the planet?
Hey, these guys built Lenegis, remember? They probably did this in a weekend.
If they had the power to create things like this, did they really only use those immense capabilities to serve the Great Spirit? Or rather, was that the only use the Great Spirit let them use their capabilities for? We haven't seen anyone here except Helganquil. Looks like this place really is their home planet.
The true citizens of Rena. What a shame that they have become nothing more than puppets to the Great Spirit. To think of the promise their accomplishments once held. They had the potential to be great indeed.
Do you think we could have got along with them? You know, if we had met under different circumstances. Like
all of us, you mean? I suppose it's difficult to say for sure. We don't even know if they would see us as being on an equal level with them or not.
I think we may have had the chance once, before the Renan Great Spirit came along and changed everything.
You and Alphen both share an optimism. A strong willingness to believe in hope.
Do you think that's foolish?
On the contrary, I should like to take a leaf from your book myself. In tragedy's aftermath, hope is all we have.
Just look at the size of that thing. The Helganquil's technology certainly is impressive. And they don't seem to do things by halves either. In the past 300 years. Oh, even before that. Just how many people, Renan or Danan, do you think have ever seen this?
Regarding the past 3 centuries at least, I'd say there's a good chance that we're the first. Also, while I get that it's impressive and all, I'm just amazed you're still standing around gawping at it at a time like this. Sometimes I wonder about your priorities.
I can understand where he's coming from. More to the point, does anyone know where it leads?
What do you mean where it leads? To the center of the planet, of course.
And that doesn't strike you as sounding just a little bit, oh, I don't know, far? There has to be a quicker way to get there, right?
Yeah. With all this technology at their fingertips, it seems pretty unlikely that they'd make that kind of journey on foot. There must be some kind of device somewhere. Let's see if we can figure out how to use it.
Borrow one of their contraptions? You're either brave or out of your mind.
If it works for them, there's no reason it wouldn't for us. Why make things harder for ourselves?
You know what he's like, Law. Once he gets an idea in his head, there's no talking him out of it.
A 6-armed giant. Is this the Zeugl from the request?
It's not only alive, but completely uninjured.
We'll just have to see for ourselves if it's really as ferocious as they say.
We're in for a long slog with this one.
It looks like you thought this was tough and
In a bind?
Aim
for the weak spot.
Take this! Finish without a trace!
Dragon Form!
Rain down and pure fire!
Try this!
Explosion!
Explosive ring!
Denied!
Ready
I'm
and
going to
ready!
need to use all the power of my
Your line!
to accomplish this! Dance in the wind!
Vacuum blade!
Air thrust! Resurrection!
This one's all
Here
mine!
goes!
Not today!
By the power of flame!
Maximum burst! Throw away!
Flaming meteor!
Raining
Inferno
blast!
crossing!
take you all on! Ha! Flare the Malika! Let me see what my heart can do!
I'm not done! Try harder! Not a chance!
The waters will create my guard down!
Isn't looking too paid for that! Blew
I'll
away!
bring you back from death to
Bring
death.
in a bind! Blew away!
They take this one!
Be still!
Now all the power of
Stardust!
chain between heaven and earth!
Blew escape!
Not in your dreams!
Blew escape! This one's all mine!
Amazing.
Burn in hell! This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield is! Get behind me!
Got it! I'll leave it to you! I'm not done!
Shattering the radiant! Here! Attack! Time to shine!
Lightning thrust!
I can carve through armor!
Stardust!
There you go! Don't let up! Here, let me help! First aid! Time to shine! Leave the charges to me!
Raining flash!
What?
What the hell is going on?
Fall back, Alfie! We'll take point here!
Thanks. Starting room time!
Feel the sunlight! A whirling struggle! I'm ready to not! Winds of heaven!
Here I come!
Force!
Raining splash!
How about this?
I'm not done!
Piercing roll!
It's over!
Slash
Dazzle!
Here
I come!
By the power of water pile!
Be still! This one's all mine!
Mega ray! This one's mine! Hurricane Splash! Show you what my art can do!
Not now, not ever! I'll burn it all! Flaming pillar! Fire!
I'll heal you all! Go
You're mine!
illuminate the dark!
Burn!
Not like this! I can't hold
Stay
out
away
much
from my
longer!
friend!
Our expert coming through!
Blew away! Raining splash! Blew away!
Here's the evil! In here!
No escape!
Let's get you
No
all
escape!
Train harder! Illuminate the dark!
won't save you!
Healing from the land! Now
Stardust!
a chain between heaven and earth!
Soaring light spear!
A wailing banshee of lightning! Look sharp! I'm all stuck now! Dazzling spin!
Stardust!
Do it!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone! Lunar Hurricane Flight! By the light and radiant!
Raining
Without a trace! Dazzling
Raining
spin!
splash! Gonna attack!
Wait, watch out! I let my guard down. Winds of heaven! Don't leave me! Shattering the pieces! I'll bring you back from death to death! Illuminate the dark! Resuscitation! Holy land!
Here I come! Lightning thrust!
Train harder! Photon charge malevolence! Arcane waterfall! Freeze lancer! Dance in the wind! Healing fire! Thanks for the healing. Watch yourself, okay? Yeah, you too.
Soaring light spear!
Laser spear!
Liberating
tempest! I can handle it!
You picked the wrong fight!
Will this help?
Raining splash!
Tempest!
Blew away!
This one's mine!
Raining
Armor won't save you!
Blew away!
Ice hell!
Dazzle!
Swirl! Glacial spear!
Soaring light spear!
May 1,000 years carry this life!
You're mine!
Hurricane flight! Dusty nail!
Lightning thrust!
This
The
havoc
flame inside
flight!
me!
Let's keep up the pressure!
Now, while it's reeling!
Take it down!
You're mine!
Illuminate the dark!
Incineration wave! Not today!
Holy land! A chain between heaven and
away.
earth, my judgment!
Raining
A
splash!
wailing
No
banshee of
further!
lightning!
I'm not done! I'm not done!
Divine savior! Inferno
Here I
prophet!
come.
Water! Take your echo! Armor won't save you! Far beyond
It's over.
target sky! Glacial spear! Here's
Blue
evil!
escape!
Lacerating tempest!
Stardust! Soaring light spear!
A whirling judgment!
It's too much! I'm not done!
Hurricane
Blue
ray!
escape!
Lightning strike!
Take it!
Let me help!
Strike!
Piercing ray!
Now or never! Blue escape! No
Towering
further!
treasure!
I'm not done!
I'm almost impressed.
High praise coming from you.
I said almost. Don't get carried
Lightning
away.
thrust! Stardust! Soaring light!
Radiant ring! Here's evil! Divine freeze laser! I'll bring you back from
Can't move!
Don't give up! I'll bring you back from... Death's Abyss! Thunder Field! Return to leveling! Arctic!
I'm not done yet!
Radiant Storm!
Prepare to be sealed!
Annihilation!
I'll smash you!
Razor Cyclone!
Here I come!
Celestial Battle from Death's Abyss! Resuscitation! Dance in the wind! Water! Air! Here I call! Light Astral! Blah blah blah! Laser Spear! Pierce Evil! It's about to strike! Freeze Tiger
Look sharp, everyone!
Inferno Cross! Rise and shine! May 1,000 heals! Come on! I'll bring you back from Death's Abyss!
No further!
How do you like being pounded into shape?
Dance in the wind!
Here, let me help. See, their arcs were interrupted. I'm ready to go.
Into the shadows! Rain down!
Try harder!
By the power
I'm gone.
Inferno
Crossing!
Soaring Light Spear!
I can carve through armor.
Lightning strike!
A whirling trouble.
Pierce Evil!
Time to shine.
Outstanding form! A whirling trouble! I'll bring you back from Death's Abyss!
Can't get out of this!
Light Astral Energy!
Not done yet!
Holy Blast! A chain between heaven and earth! A wailing fury of lightning! Divine
Down! You're on!
Lunar corruption!
Ready and Tiger Blade! My head's spinning just watching you!
I'll bring you back from Death's Abyss!
Dazzling Spin!
Try harder!
Resuscitation!
Stardust!
It's weakened!
Stardust! This ends now!
This one!
Do it!
Away! Remote!
Astral Energy!
Say no more. Well, we beat it in the end.
Let us harvest what we can use and take it with us.
Built for the sake of it and then cast aside. How sad.
I wonder how the Renans avoided being mind-controlled like the Helganquil. Do you think it might have something to do with the fact that they were originally Dahnans?
I'd say it's likely, which is pretty ironic when you think about it.
Ironic?
The Renans have committed grave injustices against the Dahnans. But it was all of their own volition, not because they were being controlled. Now, it turns out they themselves were once Dahnans too.
Which must mean that the root of their evil isn't the Great Spirit, but something inherent in all of us. Our free will.
Now hang on, though. It was that same free will that allowed Xion and Dohalim to choose to fight alongside us. Without it, we wouldn't have been able to beat hatred and forge all those connections we've made. Free will is what saved us, right?
Law's entirely right. In any case, it certainly can't hurt to look on the bright side every now and then.
Yeah. Where there's hope, there's a way.
What'd he say?
He said, without a doubt.
We finally made it. Yes.
Hmm?
Let's see what's going on around here.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Again?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey!
Hmm?
Got it. Very well.
It's the Basint training ground.
Hey, isn't that a Helganquil?
Is it some sort of prototype?
Whatever it is, it's a real tough customer.
Divine Glacial Spear! Pierce Evil!
Stardust!
Crescent Freeze Lancer! Illuminate the way!
We're interrupted! Going in! Lightning thrust! Light up the dark! Strona! Take this! I let my guard down! I'll bring you back from Death's abyss! Meteor storm! A chain between heaven and earth! Will this help? Not on my watch! Not done yet!
May a thousand gales tear you apart! I can do this. I'll bring you back from Death's abyss.
Any more of this and I'll burn out!
Here, let me...
I'm gonna need more. Lightning thrust! Tiger blade! Dazzle! Inferno crossing!
Lightning orb! Inferno crossing! Banana, let's go! Healing circle!
You're all safe! What's all mine?
Just air flame!
Appreciate the help! Eat ready to go! By the power of shield and face! Ready to roar!
An astral arm?
That's my cue!
Shut him down!
No further! Raining slash!
Wind astral energy!
This is looking good!
Here, let me help!
You pay for that!
Hear my call! Between heaven and earth! A wailing dancing of lightning!
Here I come!
The waters of creation! Here's a healing art! Dance in your conflict!
Take this!
Feast of flame! Astral energy!
Master Peter! Can't move!
Guardian field!
I'm ready to go!
Gale force! Flame of banana! Let's go!
The
waters of creation!
Tiger blade!
Dance immortal droplets!
Fly!
I'll bring you back from death and business all day!
Lion
Power! Blah, 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 that's it!
Time to shine! I can feel the
Stay away from my friend!
lightning meteor!
Burning strike!
Hear my call!
You're mine!
Hear me! Flame of spirit!
Burning strike! Water! Hear my call!
I'm gonna need more of that
Burning strike!
Here I come!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss. If it's in the sky, it's mine.
You're mine!
Let me show you what's gonna smart you. Rise and shine! Oh, violent darting wind. Resurrect!
I owe you one.
I'll bring you back from death's abyss. Dance in the wind! Air
one's all mine.
A whirling struggle.
Burn! Here I come!
Radiant light!
Fluid
Heal!
shield!
I let my guard down!
Forgive me. This is my fault. Our arts are being interrupted. It's in your hands now.
Seal! I'll heal you all! Get on in there with the others! I'll bring you back from death's abyss! Resuscitation! Seal! Here!
Not done yet!
I'll heal
Take
you all!
this! Blow away!
Tidal wave! Time to
Blow away! Take this!
resuscitation! Confiscated!
Ready!
By the power of mortal doublet! Vanish without a trace! Tidal wave!
Here I come! Fluid!
I'll give you before.
Take this!
In here! Gemini, get on there with the others! Annihilation!
A whirling struggle!
Raining slash!
Wind of heaven! First force!
There!
Purple boots.
Sleep
Not
now!
now, not ever!
Let's go on with my life!
Is this it?
I couldn't make it in time.
Out of ammo!
Sanguine blossom!
Tempest whirl! Resuscitate coming through!
Rhapsody of
The
the
waters of creation!
Radiant light.
Try harder!
Dancing round the
Resurrection.
shadows! Not on
Regenerate.
my watch!
Back to the blade!
Allow me to help.
Goes on by the power of flame! Astral energy!
Say no more!
Here, let me help!
Take this!
All disaster! First aid!
Rain slash!
The
Flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Annihilation!
Elusive deity. I'll face you. Anything in armor is all mine. Soaring
Easter!
Chinese secret blade! Here's evil!
This should do it!
Three Lancer!
Sorry, I didn't want to put you out.
What are friends for? We can't depend on one another.
You're right. I'll bear that in mind.
Be still! Rising Falcon!
I've still got some fight left in me. Lightning!
Take this!
I'll bring you back from death to bit.
Holy Land!
A chain between heaven and earth.
A wailing banshee of lightning! Into
Here
the
I come!
shadows! Sleep now!
Through escape!
I'm invading this way!
Rhapsody of
Fate with darkness!
Blow away!
Flame of fury!
Raining flash!
Divine strength! I can do it all day!
Can't get out of this!
Don't leave me! Here goes!
I'll bring you back.
Radiant sword! Celestial hammer! I'm stricken! Don't mind if I do!
Raging Luna Storm!
The waters of radiation.
Attack time! Dance, immortal droplet!
Here I come! Clear path the path!
Dance in the wind! Resurrection!
Negative gate!
I won't give up!
This should do it! Smite!
Sleep now!
In the soil.
Awaken and wreak havoc! Here I try harder! Not a chance! Masterful dash! Raining flash! Imbue this vanquished soul with life! You're finished!
Air thrust! Here goes!
Mystic mercy!
Don't mind if I do!
Prepare to be seen! Now I can let loose!
Is that a healing art? It is. I can't ignore your pain. I'll try to do more here.
You're mine!
Dance in the wind!
Rising
Feel!
Falcon!
Explosion!
Burn in hell! Lush up! Raining flash!
First aid!
Blow away! Take this!
This one is almost in the bag.
Not done yet.
Never miss.
Just falling back.
Then it's time for you to do what you do best. Dance in the wind!
Here I come!
Lightning
Anything
Spirits within the soil.
Awaken and wreak havoc!
In here! Not on my watch!
It's on! Vacuum blade! Is this it?
Don't give up!
From beyond,
I'm going to
imbue
need
this
to use the
vanquished soul with life!
Hard malevolent! Oxide waterfall! In here!
Resonate with the
Freezing
earth!
storm!
Blow away! Raining
I'm
flash!
tornado!
Clear for us a path!
Banana, let's go! Here I go! Air thrust!
Here I come!
Light axe illuminate the sky! Magic
Can't get out of this!
Holy Land!
Burn in hell!
A chain between heaven and earth! Here's the
Raining flash!
A wailing banshee of lightning! Sleep now!
Raining flash!
Let's get you all tucked away!
Be still! Soaring light spear!
Can't be that'll bring you down! Whoa!
Here I come!
One at a time! Here!
It's in your hands now.
I'm burning strike!
Rising
Glacial
distance!
spear. Pierce evil.
Blow away! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
How about it?
Yeah. Huh?
Hey!
Mm-hmm.
Watch it.
Oh, what?
Seriously? Seriously? hear a voice. Somebody's asking for help.
Hopefully it's nothing that'll be too hard to deal with. We've reached our destination.
I always love the sound of hammers banging away. What do you all say to taking the path less trodden for once?
Path? I don't see any path.
Do you mean that thing that looks like an animal trail? Path may be a generous term. I'm assuming you know where it leads?
My gut says to a bridge.
Hootle says your gut's wrong.
Really? Well, it is definitely in the right general direction.
Not that main roads are necessarily danger-free, but he does have an uncanny knack for insisting on some strange and unique routes.
Alphen always did like a challenge. Can't say I appreciate some of the more daredevil ways he's taken us, though.
Like the landslide he insisted was a shortcut before disappearing off the edge? Nearly gave me a heart attack.
I'll say, yet the intrepid explorer looked as happy as a pig in muck.
Probably best we stick to doing our own orienteering in the future.
Hey, so what about this route then?
Maybe if we pretend we can't hear him.
Don't you think the path forward is fraught enough without making extra problems for ourselves? Maybe best to reel it back.
Good point. I say we stick to the main track like regular travelers for once.
Guys? I will break down this wall!
Doing some thinking?
Nah. It just occurred to me that our journey's been going for a while now.
Is it a wonder to you our group has held together this long?
Maybe. We've got Dahnans, Renans, a lord, a mage, and even a guy from another time. Yet here we all are, leaning on each other as travel companions. It's like a minor miracle.
If anything, I'd say it's proof. Proof that as long as we accept each other for who we are, we can all get along.
And with understanding comes togetherness. Yeah, we are more than enough evidence of that.
I've always had a thorny relationship with others. Quite literally, as it happens. I figured that it was easier to give up on intimacy, rather than having to go through all of the pain of rejection. I mean, is it any wonder I grew thorns around my heart, too?
But now...
Right. Now... I still have my thorns, of course. But they don't cover my heart. I know now that there is more than one way for people to relate to one another. It was you and everyone else here that taught me that. Everyone that you brought together, Alphen.
It wasn't just me. I mean, sure, I invited a few folks to join us, but... swordsmanship's about all I have to offer. Everyone's taught and supported me just as much as I have them.
You see? That's what I'm talking about.
What do you mean?
I mean, you're fine just as you are. The bonds that you form with others, they shine more brightly because they're mutual. It's not just one bond for you. It's many, each with a heart of its own. that's what makes them special.
Okay, whose turn is it to cook today?
Nice try, Law. We all know it's your turn.
Damn, was I that obvious? All right, guess I'll get to it.
Wait, before you get started. Remember when the three of us fixed pancakes back on the farm?
I remember how weirdly proud you were of yours.
Wait, don't tell me you want a rematch.
Oh, no, nothing like that. It's just, I've been thinking about something ever since that day. I used every trick in the book to make the perfect pancake, and yet...
You're wondering why you lost, right?
Pretty sure it's because you pumped Kisara here with enough sugar to give a Zoogle a...
Anyways, I've come up with a recipe, and was hoping you guys could taste them and tell me what you think.
All right, I'm up for round 2. Challenge accepted.
Wait, are we all doing this?
Come on, Shion's clearly put a lot of work into this. I'm sure they'll be great. Right, everyone?
Thanks. Okay, wait here. I'll have them fixed up in just a few moments. Thanks for waiting, everyone. Here are your pancakes.
I can't wait. Let's see how they taste. Damn. The way these spices jump about in your mouth, you'd think they'd cancel each other out, but somehow they work brilliantly.
They're so sweet, I feel like they'll melt in my mouth. Every bite makes me feel like I'm in heaven.
Holy crap! These are so rich, just the way I like them! I can't stop stuffing them in my face!
You chose the perfect ingredients and heated them just enough to bring out their flavor. Amazing!
The presentation is simply exquisite, and they have such a pure, refined taste to them as well.
They're perfect! Shion, these pancakes are amazing.
Really? I'm so glad they turned out well.
Although, don't we all seem to have different impressions of how they actually taste?
You're right. It's like everyone was eating something completely different.
Here, let me take a bite of yours, Alphen.
It's true. I fine-tuned them to suit each person's unique tastes.
You did that for everyone's pancakes? That must have been a lot of extra work.
It was, but I learned something important in doing so. You see, I was so focused on trying to make something that I thought would please people that I forgot to consider who I was actually serving.
Here, water!
Thanks, Rinwell. I thought I was a goner.
What's important as a cook isn't what I want people to feel about my food. It's about accommodating what they're looking for in a meal.
Well said, Shion. I'm so proud of you for figuring that out. No recipe is complete without love and care for whoever's eating it. Those alone make a dish taste better than any spice could.
So one might say that what makes a meal are both those who prepare it and those who eat it, rather than the food alone. How insightful.
You've grown so much as a cook, Shion. I have nothing left to teach you.
Oh, thank you, Master. Thank you so much.
Aw, who's a good boy? Wait, why am I petting you? Hey, Alphen, why do you like spicy food so much anyway?
You know, I haven't thought about that before. Maybe because when I couldn't feel pain, it gave me that kick I was craving.
But now that you can feel pain again, wouldn't your tastes have changed?
Did you like spicy food when you were younger?
Not as much as I do now. At some point, it just became something almost like an addiction, I guess.
I can most certainly relate. Once you've had your fill of ordinary food, you cannot help but seek out more unusual fare.
I don't think that's got anything to do with Alphen's tastes. Although I won't deny that you definitely have a thing for exotic food. The stranger the better.
I just wish I could have gotten you into sweets like me, Alphen.
I like food that's dense and keeps you feeling full myself. It helps you last longer when you're on the move.
We all know you're a quantity over quality kind of...
What was that?
Nothing. I lost my train of thought.
You know, I've also noticed Shion's not really into the same kind of food most Renans are. Could be it's got something to do with the way she grew up.
That's so me. Even when I was little, I was all about food that gives me strength. All meat, all the time.
And I guess Kisara is so good at cooking fish because she can catch them herself.
I'm only good with fish because it used to be the easiest thing to get. When you work with something long enough, it comes naturally to you.
I like fish just fine, but what I really like about your cooking is how it tastes homemade. It reminds me of what my mom used to make.
Really? You know, I used to cook a lot of meals for younger kids, and they said the same thing.
When you get down to it, I guess the things a person cooks and the foods they like say a lot about the way they've lived.
What? Hey guys, I don't see any of our food anywhere.
What?
I know! The bag we kept it all in has vanished! Some Zoogles must have gotten in behind us and swiped the whole thing while we were fighting.
What? Huh? What are you guys talking about?
This affects you too, you know! We lost all our food, including all those sweets you love so freaking much!
What? How could this happen? Those sweets are the highlight of my day! Oh, so hungry.
Hunger is like that. The moment you know there's nothing you can do about it, it becomes that much more unbearable.
Whoever did this, I swear I'm gonna make them pay for stealing our supplies.
All that's left now is this one lonesome apple.
Law?
What? Hey, don't look at me like that. I picked this apple myself. I'm not just gonna...
Food. Hand it over.
Stay away!
Hey, I'm back. Huh? What the heck happened here?
Only a poignant reminder of how dangerous a food shortage can be in a collective. A serious problem indeed. And one we should all be mindful of.
I see. Does it have anything to do with why you're holding our food supply bag behind your back?
Kisara, let's talk for a bit. So, Kisara, once this fight is all over, I'm guessing you plan on heading back to Viscent?
Yeah. I've seen and learned so much traveling Dana with you all. I want to see those lessons applied back home. Hopefully I can use that knowledge to help reform Menancia even further, so it can be a model to other realms. What about you, Alphen? What's your plan?
That's a good question. I think I would be happy just to be able to put my fighting days behind me and live a calmer, more peaceful life. Granted, all I've ever known is how to swing a sword. I'm not sure that switch will be so easy. Still, as long as I have somewhere to come home to, somewhere with a roof and 4 walls without any holes in them, that'll be good enough for me. It would be a home with enough food to make sure I don't go hungry, and a warm bed at night so I don't freeze. It wouldn't have to be anything fancy.
You've always been modest like that. But you're forgetting something else that makes a home. Family. What if you and Shion...
I hate to make this conversation all about me. Is there anything you want for yourself once things are over?
For myself? Well, there is one thing I can think of. I don't know if I should say it, though.
Yeah?
I want a fishing pond.
Really?
Yeah, I've been thinking about it for a while now. I love fishing, but it's always been such a process to actually do. You always have to make all these preparations before you go out and fish. It'd be nice to have a place I could visit without that hassle. Dig a pond, fill it with water, and get some fish for it. If I could do that, I wouldn't have to worry about Zeugles, and everyone could use it.
You really do love fishing if you're even thinking of ways to help other people enjoy it.
I do. Just don't tell him I said any of this, okay?
Him? You mean Dohalim? True. If he caught wind of it, it might turn into a way bigger project than it really needs to be.
Not only that, he's still determined to make Vicente's residents happy. But personally, I feel his power would be better put to use elsewhere. So if I ever get around to making my fishing pond, I'd rather do it on my own.
Well, if you ever need help, don't hesitate to ask. I don't know my lures from my rods, but I can definitely help with any manual labor you need.
That's sweet of you to offer. I think I'll take you up on that. And then, with the fish I catch there, I could treat everyone to special home-cooked dinners. I'm getting excited already just thinking about it. I suppose I never realized until this conversation that I had any dreams like that for myself. Thank you, Alphen. See you tomorrow. Let's stay safe today. You worked hard today too, didn't you, sweetie?
This was a good day. It gets a little tough to fight when I'm this full.
Yeah, but who knows when our next meal will be.
Indeed. Perhaps we should look over the menu again.
How can you still be hungry?
We've reached our destination.
I wonder if something happened.
Yes!
Hmm?
Yes! Very nice!
Seriously, what do they take us for?
Research subjects, just like everything else. That was quite the little adventure we went on.
Everything okay there, big guy? You look kinda pissed.
I'll say. He looks like he wants to bite the head off something.
What's eating at you? Come on, Alphen. You're gonna bring us all down if you keep that ferocious scowl on.
Oh, sorry. Do I really look that ticked off?
Yeah, it kinda makes you hard to talk to. So, what's bothering you?
It's a pebble.
A pebble?
Snuck its way into the back of my boot. I can't seem to get rid of it.
Oh, I totally get you. Weird how much it can get on your nerves, huh?
Yeah, it's barely bigger than a grain of sand. So how come it feels like I'm walking around on hot nails?
You know, maybe this is a crazy solution, but you could just take your boot off and give it a shake.
Ah, yeah. Yeah, of course. You're right. Phew. It's like I've been given a new lease on life. Thanks for the tip, Shion.
Seemed kind of obvious, but you're welcome? That's the trouble with windy places. All that fine debris ends up getting into your hair and clothes.
Alphen, is it just me, or have you become extra sensitive ever since getting your sense of pain back?
Now that you mention it, the other night at camp, there was a fly buzzing around that annoyed him so much, he unsheathed the blazing sword.
So much for sensitive. That's just being a Mr. Cranky Pants.
Nothing new on that front, then.
What's the matter, Alphen? You look a little tense.
It's nothing, really.
He wants to get angry, but knows that doing so would only prove our point. Hence the building frustration showing plainly on his face.
Would you stop analyzing things for 1 minute?
Point taken.
Hey, what do you think about that spot?
Good idea. I'll go for that one. Yeah! Reel it in. Boy, that's a bit of a letdown.
Nice work!
I did it! But I'm not gonna quit now.
Remarkable. You're top of the food chain. Simply marvelous. I'll never tire of admiring this relic.
I'll see you again tomorrow.
Time to work off that last meal.
That's a big Zoogle.
This one's tough, but we have no choice.
Let me know if you need healing.
Lightning slash! Blow away!
No matter what, nothing gets past my shield.
I can't move!
Don't leave me! Appreciate. Help! Havoc thrust!
Thank you for all your help. Please, don't mention it. I'm glad to know someone's got my back.
A wailing Banshee of lightning! A freezing storm! In here!
Charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop it.
I call upon thee!
Now or
None
never.
shall escape my judgment! Shooting star! Give us the hammer!
Eternal devastation!
I can carve through armor!
Air thrust!
Yours to be laid inside me! Yours to be let free!
Immortal
I owe you one! Vacuum blade!
Circle! Tidal wave!
I'm not done!
Glacial spear! Pierce evil!
You're mine! This isn't looking good! Pile diver!
If it's in the sky, it's mine!
Tear! Hurricane thrust!
Sanguine blossom!
Lightning raging!
Dazzle! Stardust!
A chain between heaven and earth! A wailing Banshee of lightning!
Raining slash!
Healing circle!
Blue escape!
Here I come!
You're mine! There! Not today!
Take this!
Blow away! I owe you. Take this!
Mega ray! I'm all stopped up!
Elusive deity!
Squall!
Eagle ray!
Take this!
A freezing storm!
You're mine! Blow away!
A chain between heaven and
Blow
earth!
away!
From death to birth! A
I'm
wailing
not
Banshee
done!
of lightning!
Here I come!
Precipitation! Let me show you what my heart can do!
Try harder!
Rise and
My
shine!
turn!
Is this it? Forgive me. This is my fault.
From beyond,
Imbue this vanquished soul with love. Resuscitation!
Searing now! More radiant!
Can't move!
Heal my weary companion.
Into the shadows! I'm all stopped up!
Beyond, imbue this
Can't be happening! A
Right,
wailing
resuscitation.
Banshee of lightning! Seal!
I owe you.
Heal my weary
Take this!
companion. Cure!
Another
incantation ruin.
I can feel the medicine working!
Forgive me.
No! Can't end here!
Don't give up! Here goes! Freeze laser! Whoa! I'll bring you back from death to bit! Illuminate the track! I won't give up!
Giving me more than that.
Firmament render! Arrow squall! I can't move! Can't be happening!
That's just... Raining...
I can't move!
Take this! There!
I'll bring you back from death to bit!
I can carve through armor.
Resuscitation! Searing flame! Hear me! Flame of fury! It's gonna
Vacuum blade!
Glacial spear! Here's evil! I'll bring you back from death to bit!
Take this!
Photon
Got it!
water fixation!
Stardust!
Will this
Soaring
immortal
light
dropper?
spear!
I'll show you what my art can do!
done yet! Here I come! Vacuum blade!
Ready and raring! Raging Storm! I'll bring you back from death's abyss!
Blow away!
Celestial
Raining Slash!
Can't be happening!
Stay away from my friend!
Benediction light.
Raining Slash! Take this!
From beyond,
This one's all
imbue this
mine!
vanquished with life. Resuscitation.
I'm gonna need more than this.
Breath of life.
Raining
Heal
Slash!
my wearied companion. Cure. From beyond, imbue From beyond, imbue this vanquished soul with love. Resuscitation.
Into the east.
Not done yet!
Bestow thy
Here
mystic
I
rhythm.
come!
From beyond, imbue this vanquished soul with life.
Here's a healing art. First
Thanks, Sion.
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry. I'll do better.
I'll bring you back from death's abyss.
Raining
I'll bring you back from death's
Blow
abyss.
away! Burn in hell!
Benediction light.
Where are you going? It's weakened.
Blow away! This ends now!
From beyond,
Gemini
imbue this
Aqua.
Raining
vanquished soul
Slash!
with life.
Here I come! Got it! No escape!
Denied.
Arrest! Down!
Reload.
I'm not being interrupted.
What my heart
Blow
can do.
away!
Rise and shine.
Raining Slash!
Demon Lash.
Incineration wave! I'm not done!
Burning raging into the fray.
Forgive me. You pay for that! Vacuum blade!
Reload. In here.
Raining Slash!
This'll come in handy.
Blow away! I'm not done!
Shiny resuscitation. Dance in the wind. I'm all stuffed up. One more
Raining
time.
Slash! Take it back this time! Burn it
Do it,
down!
Karen. This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
I'll bring you back
Here
from
I come.
death's abyss.
I'll face you.
Raining
I'll
Slash!
bring you back from death's
Blow
abyss.
away!
Now you see what I can do.
Blow away!
Ready to go!
Raining Slash!
The enemy is going all out.
I'm not done!
Illuminate the sphere. Here's the
Blow away!
glimmer.
I'm not done! I'm not done!
Heaven and earth. A lunar celestial lightning.
Raining Slash! Blow away!
I don't even know
You're
the word
mine.
defeat.
Strike!
I'll heal you all. Stop. Can't be. Through.
You're mine! Blow away! Is this it?
I'll be saving this one.
Imbue this vanquished soul with love.
Wind excellence. Whoa. Hey, one at a time.
Take this!
Complete.
No escape!
Shattering. Pieces. Attack time.
Mega ray.
You're mine! Blow away!
I'll bring you back from
Raining
death's
Slash!
abyss.
Blow away!
Resuscitation.
Here I come!
Here, let me help.
Now you see what I can do.
First
Blow
aid.
away! Raining Slash! Take this!
If it's in the sky, it's mine.
Raining
This can't be happening.
You! Stay away from my friend!
Beyond, imbue this
You're
vanquished
mine!
soul with life.
Damn, this one's all mine!
Accomplished.
Vacuum blade! Ignite!
I can't lose. Tidal wave.
Raining
Dance in
Slash!
the wind. Power of
Blow
air
away!
drop.
Raining Slash! Blow away!
From the soil,
I'm not
awaken
done!
and reap.
Take this!
Breath of life.
Got
No
it.
escape!
Now's our
Blow
chance.
away!
Use too much.
Raining
Let
Slash!
us take to the
Blow
front.
away!
Far enough.
Raining Slash!
Will this help?
Blow away!
Eat dirt.
Blow away!
Will this help?
Sanguine block.
This one's all mine! Take
Here,
it!
healing circle.
Lightning
I need to
drop!
pull myself together.
Why'd you heal me?
To stop you dying?
Ah, right. It's too much!
I'm almost
So you
impressed.
clamor for my true power.
I said almost.
Heal my weary companion.
Spirit
A
within
wailing
us. You picked the wrong fight!
Air pressure.
Raining Slash!
Here's an illuminated
Blow away!
dark.
Raining Slash! Blow away!
A chain between heaven and earth. A wailing fancy of lightning.
Stalagmite.
Divine savior.
I handle you up.
you! Raging storm! Dance in the wind! Annihilation!
Ignore!
Lightning
Raining flash! Awaken and blew away!
Illuminate the top! Magic
Imbue this vanquished blew away! Here I come! Resuscitation! Shine! Radiant light! Force of regeneration! Here I come! Struck!
Lightning!
I owe you one! Now! While it's reeling!
Take it down!
Totally! In an instant! Impact block! We work well together.
Like a finely timed waltz.
Struck! I'll face you! Raining flash!
Burning
Blew away!
Far enough!
Forgive me.
Here I come! Raining
Rise and rend! Glacial spear!
Raining
Evil! Focus your attack!
This should do it!
I'll bring you back from death to
Blow
base!
away!
Do it!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
I'll bring you back from death to
I'm
base!
not done! Blew away!
Resuscitation!
Raining flash!
I'm going to need to use all the power of my healing
Right
arts to
inside me,
accomplish this.
yours to be let free!
Air thrust!
I'm not
What
done!
do they do without you? They're not playing around!
Here I come!
Magic is them! Steel! Resuscitation!
I'm not done!
I'll be saving this one!
Stardust!
Oh, sparkling stars of light! Lunar corruption!
You're mine! Struck!
On your meteor! Look at what my art can do! Our dance immortal power! Tidal wave!
What?
Here I come!
By the power of water!
Vacuum blade!
A thrilling performance.
Incineration wave!
Anything in armor is all mine! Holy light! A chain between heaven and
Rhapsody
earth!
of darkness! There!
Here's a healing bounty of lightning! First aid!
Blow away!
Can't be happening!
Struck! Escape! Careful! Take this! You picked the wrong
Fluidity of their
fight!
movements are simply
Can't lose!
Here I come!
Raining
flash!
I'll bring you back
Blow
from
away!
Earth's abyss!
Incineration
Freeze
wave!
Lancer! Dance in the wind!
I can carve through! Is this it?
In here! I won't give up! Saving this one! A whirling magic Kazam!
Heal!
In here!
From
Let's get you all tucked away!
From
Vanquish darkness!
imbue this vanquished soul with love!
I hope this medicine works as planned.
Not done yet!
Annihilation!
You're mine!
By the power of the wind! Finish with our strength!
no further.
It's in here!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss! Resuscitation! Too much to handle!
No!
Between heaven and earth! A wailing bounty
You're
of
mine!
lightning!
Masterful death! I'm not done! I'm not done!
Imbue this vanquished spirit, lost in pain.
You're mine!
What was I thinking? Take care of...
Shine! Radiant light!
Force of wide open!
It won't escape me!
Incineration wave!
From beyond,
Raining slash!
imbue this vanquished
Blow away!
soul with light!
Incineration wave! There!
Burning strike!
Shine! Radiant light!
Struck!
Force of regeneration! Regenerate! I can carve through armor!
I didn't want to put you out.
Not a friend's form.
You're right. I'll bear that in mind. Forgive me.
Try harder! My turn!
Hold on to your art! By the power of flame!
Take this!
Without a trace!
No escape! It's over!
Get on in there with the others!
Take this! I'm not done!
Burning strike!
You picked the wrong fight!
Chinese
Take it!
supernova!
Cut!
Banana, let's go!
Stardust!
Amazing.
Soaring Light Spear!
I don't know what I'd do without you.
In here!
Perhaps now isn't the time?
I really don't.
No escape!
Blow
away! Blow away! No escape! Take this! Now! Take this!
I help! Sorry!
Struck!
I'll bring you back from death!
Now you see what I can do!
Do it!
Achille!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
might be a touch too dangerous.
Ridwell's right. We should fall back to regroup and try again later.
You can never be too prepared. But did we have to spend so much?
Huh? Something smells nice.
It's probably the accessory I picked up earlier. It uses materials that put off a pleasing aroma.
Good night, everyone. Well, off we go.
Ow.
We finally made it.
Looks like we get to sleep with a roof over our heads.
That's insane.
Yes!
Really?
I hear a voice. Somebody's asking for help.
Really now? Huh.
Is that so?
Well... Is this really a good idea, though?
Are you not the one who wished to reach an accord with them?
Yes, but still...
This will be our last favor regardless. Let us dispatch this ultimate Zoogle of theirs. That was quite the little adventure we went on.
What's that huge Zoogle over there?
So this is it. The Zoogle to end... all Zoogles.
Its name would certainly suggest as much.
Let's give those researchers the shock of their lives.
This one's all mine! Hurricane Thrust! Ignite!
Radiant light! Boost of regeneration! Can't move! I couldn't make it in time.
Barrier! I call upon precipitation!
I owe you one.
Demon Blast!
I'm not done!
I'm on some
Here I come!
Raging! It's in your hands now.
Ready and ready! Light astral energy!
Radiant Splash! Blow away!
I don't even know the word defeat.
I'll smash you!
Raging storm!
Far enough!
Strike!
Tunnel! Lightning condense!
Here,
Thunder!
Radiant Splash!
First aid!
Take this! Forgive me. This is my
Raging
fault.
storm! I'll bring you back from death to this! Tunnel! Help this!
Not done yet!
Glacial spear!
Try harder! My turn! You're mine! Dragon Swarm!
Regenerate! Freezing storm! Let's get
Blow
you all
away!
swept away!
Stone up!
You require a hand.
Raging Sickness Storm! Try harder!
I'll be braving this one! Oh,
Can't move.
Stars of light!
Elusive deity!
I'll bring you
Cheating
back
pile
to
driver!
Ranger! Repel squall! One more time!
Ready to go! Cure! I'll smash you!
Let
Here I
us
come! Start up!
Solidity of your knee.
Celestial hammer!
Shine! Radiant
Soaring
light!
light spear!
Boost of regeneration!
Take this!
Regenerate! Allow me to help you.
Radiant storm!
That tail's a problem.
Then let's focus there first.
I'll bring you back from death's abyss. The flames will roar! Burning strike! Dance
Not
in the
done
wind!
yet.
Air thrust! Healing circle! I'll bring you back from death's abyss.
I'm not done!
Why'd you heal me?
To stop you dying?
Ah, right.
Tear!
Rise and
Hurricane
shine!
Thrust! Tear! Hurricane Thrust! Soaring light spear!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss.
Strike! You're finished!
Let me see what I can
do!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss.
Dragon Swarm!
Heal!
Resuscitate!
Let us take to the fray!
Burn in hell!
Still got to fight left.
Vacuum Blade!
I'll face you!
Incineration Wave!
Penguin Claw!
Try harder! Not a chance!
Shining supernova!
Blue Escape!
Purge malevolent!
Thunderfang!
Dig whirlpool! Healing circle!
Thanks, Shira.
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry. We'll do better.
Unexpert coming through! By the power of water! Feel!
This can't be happening.
Stockpile!
I hope this medicine works as
Alright,
promised.
it's showtime! Resuscitation! Will this help? Shining supernova! Healing cascade! I'll bring you back
Anything in armor is all mine!
May a thousand gales carry you to shreds!
Now you see what I can do!
Take care of
My turn!
Pluto handle this!
Stay away from my friend!
No rest for the wicked. Rhapsody of darkness!
Lunar production! Lunar blast!
Try harder!
Now we're
Radiant
Shine!
Flash!
Radiant light!
Blow away!
Of regeneration!
Radiant Flash!
Lunar blast!
Blow away!
I never miss!
Radiant Flash! I have no limits! There!
I'll bring you back from death
Here I
to
come! Dragon Dog! You may be strong.
That's been a smart freezing storm! Radiant!
won't give up! Champion Squirrel!
Not done yet!
Take that!
Thunderfang! Try harder!
Imbue this vanquished soul with life!
Vacuum blade!
Holy Glimmer! Resuscitation!
Incineration weapon!
Can't leave my weary companion! A wailing... I'll bring you back from death's abyss! Divine state! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! No sorrow shall break this spirit! Here's the lightning! This can't be happening!
You! Stay away from my friend!
Holy Glimmer! Holy Glimmer!
You must be tired of killing me. I'm merely doing what I can. Glad you're on up.
With the flame inside me, yours to be let free! Blow away! Resuscitation! Raining...
Oh, I
can't blow away! Ignite!
Another incantation ruined.
First aid!
Blow away! Raining...
Can't get out of this!
Blow away!
Meteor storm! Lunar corruption!
It's the city!
Don't give up! Annihilation!
Imbue this fate!
Resuscitation! Mega Ray! Annihilation!
Not done yet! On your knees!
Raging Storm!
Soaring Light Spear!
Raging Cascade!
Here I come!
You are bloody anything armor is all mine!
Is this it?
There! Help it! Dance in the wind! To the shadows! I'll bring you back from death's abyss! Winds of heaven! From death's abyss!
Bestow thy
Resuscitation! Who cares?
You pay for that! My turn!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss!
Raining armor won't save you! Try harder!
Radiant light! Force of regeneration!
Raining flash!
Mega ray!
You're mine! Raining flash! The flame inside me, yours to be let free!
A chain between heaven and earth!
It's in your hands now.
Raining
A
flash!
wailing banshee of lightning! Burning!
No! Can't end here!
Let's get you all country! Burning stars of light!
No rest for the wicked.
Purify all!
Raging Luna Storm!
Seven-Eye Altar!
From beyond, imbue this vanquished soul with love.
Lunar corruption!
Prepare to be
Lunar bended with a fray! Who cares?
Try harder! Not a chance! Thunderfang!
Ready and ready! From death's abyss!
Void Flash! Stardust! I'll smash you!
Far enough!
Here I come!
I'll think
Stardust!
Oops and a smart
Take this!
Soaring Light Spear! You don't get it!
No further!
Radiant Electrician!
Here I come! No escape!
No!
Can't end here!
Don't leave me! Come forth! I'll bring you back from death's abyss! Here goes!
No further.
I'll bring you back from death! I won't give up! Vanquish darkness! Graviton field! Searing flame! By the power of strength! Finish They're tearing through us!
Healing must be our first priority.
I'm on it. Not a moment to wait.
Resonate with the earth.
Stalagmite!
On your
Here I come!
Leave the charges to me.
I'll bring you back from death's
Carve
abyss!
through armor. Force of regeneration.
Away!
I can't heal you forever!
Can't end here!
Freezing storm! Ice tornado! I'll bring you back from death's abyss! Raging storm! Banana, let's go!
Not done yet!
Raging
Shine. Radiant
Now!
light.
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Coming through! Rise and
Raining
shine!
Flash!
Getting stronger!
Switching up its movement! Watch
You're
out!
not playing around!
There!
Can you take it?
Reload! Listen to what my thoughts can do! Rise and shine!
Elusive deity.
I'll bring you back from death's abyss! Magic is there! In here! I'm going to need to use all the power of my healing arts to vanquish darkness!
Escape!
Forgive me.
You're mine!
Resurrection!
Raining Flash!
Divine! Bring you back from death's abyss! One more time!
This is bad,
No
right?
more... Yes, Alphen! Very bad!
I don't feel so good.
I'm going to need to use all the power of my healing arts to recover this. A chain between heaven and earth. I'm ready. Try harder. Feel.
It's too much.
This one's all mine. Healing circle.
Raining Slash! Blow away!
Tidal wave.
I'm sorry.
Maybe the same for me. I'm all set up. It looks like you got this one covered. Here's the healing art. It's the wind. First aid.
Raging down.
I'll bring you back from death to life.
Anything in armor is all mine!
Resuscitation. Wind astral energy. Charge malevolent. Lunar corruption. Dance waterfall. Lunar breeze lancer. Dance in the wind. Air thrust. I'll bring you back from death to terror. I'll bring you back from death to abyss. Resuscitation. What the?
Thunder! Raining Slash! I'm knocked up! And the flame inside me yearns to be let free! Imbue this no escape! Burn in hell! Resuscitation! Blow away!
What was I thinking?
Raining Slash! The earth throbbing. From beyond, imbue this vanquished soul with love! Blow away! Here I come! I'm knocked up! No! It can't end here!
What? Primed and ready!
Imbue this
Power of lightning orb!
It's in your hands now. Knocked on you!
Here goes! I'll bring you back from death to her!
No!
Dance in the wind!
Can't end here!
Resuscitation! Here's a healing art! Wind astral energy! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! The waters of creation! Dance immortal droplet! Tidal wave!
You're mine!
Charge malevolent!
Blow away!
Breeze lancer!
Blow away!
All disasters made one! Something in the healing of purity!
Heal my weary companion! Can't move!
Lunar corruption! Gemini Aqua! Annihilation! Into the shadows! This one's mine! Dance in the wind! Air arch required!
Heal my weary companion! Can't move!
Firmament render!
From beyond,
Arrow
imbue
zero!
this vanquished soul with love!
Flare tornado!
No further.
I'm going to need to use all the power of my mind to accomplish this.
Can't move!
I don't even know the word defeat.
Out of the woods, it seems.
By the power of
A
water!
whirling struggle.
I'm burning strike!
Great spear.
Here's Eagle! Freeze Lancer!
Shattering? Knocked on you!
Gemini Aqua!
What the? I can feel the
You're
medicine
mine!
working.
Raining! Is this it? From beyond, imbue this vanquished soul with love!
By the power of... Vanish without a trace!
That's gonna smart.
Dance on the pain!
Rising gale, tear you to shreds! I'll bring you back from
Bringing you a
death.
bloody holiday! Spirits within the soil, awaken in me!
Illuminate the dark!
Raining Slash!
Denied! Here goes! Burning strike!
Raining
In a bind?
Glacial spear.
Here's the eagle! Freeze Lancer! Divine shield! Let me help! First
No
aid!
dawn shall break this night! Raining
No
dawn
shall
shall break this night!
Burning strike! Water! Here I go! Base blood!
Glacial spear.
Here I can't move!
Freeze Lancer! Divine strength!
I'll bring you back from death to abyss.
Mutation! Raging storm!
Knocked on you! Try harder! My turn!
Glacial spear.
Show thy mystic mercy!
Freeze Lancer!
Okay.
Bring you back from death to abyss.
Resuscitation!
Everlasting dark! Here I go!
Smart.
None shall escape
Blow
my
away!
judgment!
Raining air pressure!
Ray!
It's on!
Dance in the wind! Air thrust! The waters of creation!
It's in your hands now.
Dance immortal droplet! Hold on to your arm!
Take this!
Here I come! Annihilation!
almost impressed.
High praise coming from you.
I said almost. Don't get carried away.
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Holy glimmer! Holy light!
Restricted.
This carrot! It's back into the fray!
Ready and ready! I'll face you!
Annihilation!
Armor won't save you!
Fire! Searing flame!
From
Burning
beyond,
strike!
imbue this vanquished soul with love and dissipation!
Healing from...
Can you take it to it?
I'll bring you back from death to life! I'll bring you back from death to life!
Right and try harder! Take this! No further.
Will this help?
Restricted.
I'll bring you back from death to going all out! Resuscitation! Been a smart. Let me show you what my art can do! Rise and go! Between heaven and earth! Back from death's abyss! Away with death! Resuscitate! Here, let me help. Thanks for the healing. Watch yourself, okay? Yeah, you too.
I'll smash you! Shine! Radiant light! Put the regeneration!
Raging cascade!
From beyond, imbue this
A world hold on to your heart.
resuscitation!
Here I come! What was I thinking?
Radiant slash!
Sleep now.
Blow away!
I'll be safe this way. The power of flame!
Forgive me. Far enough!
Sorry.
Blow this! Try harder!
Explosion!
Blow away!
I could do without the... I can't move!
Bring you back from bronze and ready. Resuscitation! That's kind of smart. Take raging sword! More where that came from! So let's kill
Ready and ready!
Outstanding form! So hold on to your art. Here I come! Resuscitation! Illuminate the dark! Come
No
forth,
done
holy
yet.
glimmer, holy land! Exchange between heaven and earth! Hear my call!
Ready,
Away, Nancy,
Blow away!
Burning Lord Savior! Glacial Spear! Pierce evil!
I'm ready.
Freeze Lancer!
Blue
End
armor
this
won't
world!
save! Knock it into next week! Raining slash! Blow away!
Illuminate the
And there
dark!
goes the tail!
What? Let's do this! I'm not done!
A whirling
Blow away.
struggle!
Life was my downfall.
Raining
No
slash!
Winds of heaven! Burst forth!
Denied!
Lunar corruption!
Everlasting
Burn it
sun!
out! 7 here!
Negative gate!
Blow
away! Resonate with
This
the
one's
earth!
mine!
Raining slash! The last one!
Not now, not ever.
Here's a healing art!
Can't move.
Alright! Do it! Magic is in! Astral energy! Full throttle!
We've reached our destination.
Hey, Shion. Got any requests for supper tonight?
Me? Not really. I'm fine with just about anything. Everything you cook is delicious.
Well, thank you. Seeing you devour my food makes all the work I put into it well worth it.
Do I look that eager to you?
Nothing wrong with that. We all have to eat to survive. It makes me happy to see people eat their fill on what I fix.
I'm not sure how to respond to that.
Make sure to get some good rest.
Hootle and I couldn't eat another bite.
Keep feeding him like that, and he'll be too heavy to fly soon.
Oh. You know, don't you think we're running a little low on food?
I guess we are. Looks like there's a place to fish.
Oh, what do you know? I'll go catch us some dinner.
You could have just said you wanted to fish.
Yes. Huh?
Really?
Really now.
I'm going to put genius to use in restoring Dana.
You're weighing recruitment options here, of all places? I admit I'm impressed.
After the help we've given them, it's the least they can do for us.
Looks like we... We made it here in... one piece.
That was quite the little adventure we went on.
Hey, Rinwell, tell me about your parents. What were they like?
They were kind. That's the part I like to remember. They could also be strict, though, especially when it came to magic. I never understood why I had to work so hard to learn magic. Why we couldn't just be done with it and live openly like everyone else. Needless to say, that didn't go over well. Of course, if I'd known that one day I'd be doing this, I would have taken my studies more seriously. What about your parents?
Same deal. Run through the mill. Told constantly that training was the only way to survive in a world like this. It got bad enough that I ended up running away and siding with the Renans of all people. And now, I've got that training to thank for being alive.
I know how that feels.
The first time we met, you risked using your magic to stop me from kicking my dad's ass. You could have done anything else. You could have ignored it. So, why?
Yeah, I guess something about Zephyr reminded me of my own father.
You don't say. So, did your pops and mine look a lot like each other?
Not really. Not at all, in fact. I don't know how to explain it. I just felt a resemblance, I guess.
Wow. Well, I won't pretend I understand, but I'm glad. Your dad must have been a great guy.
He was.
Maybe it's the snow soaking up all the sound, but something about Cyslodia always feels mysterious to me. Solemn, almost.
When it comes to solemnity, I'd say our own Octalina Palace is no slouch.
I won't argue with you there. Still, that azure tint of the shadows on the silvery white snow, it has a certain indescribable quality.
Indeed. It was boorish of me to even suggest such a comparison.
All I know is it's freaking cold. Still, more pleasant now that the locals aren't quite as frosty towards us.
Well, excuse me if I'm too frosty for your warm self.
Oh, come on! You know I didn't mean you. Besides, really, I'm the one who...
How about we stop getting hung up on the past for a change? Take what you've learned and put it to use in the future instead.
An unexamined past can be just as dangerous in its own right.
Better that than obsessing over it like a certain someone I know.
Kisara doesn't mince her words, does she?
I could say the same thing about one or two of the other women around here.
Tell me about it.
I think I'll refrain from commenting on this one.
Hootle, I've got some dried fish for you. You want some?
Forget that. Doesn't some tasty red meat sound better, boy?
Hey! Stop trying to coax him away with treats. Get your own adorable sidekick if you're so desperate for one.
He appears to enjoy being the center of attention.
Funny how things change. He and Rinwell used to be joined at the hip, or shoulder to talon.
It's not just Hootle who's become more trusting. Isn't that so, Rinwell?
They do say pets and their owners act alike. I suppose since we've been together, I've done my share of coming out of my own shell too.
Well then, I guess with you and Hootle, that makes us all one big happy family.
Sometimes when I'm deep in thought, Hootle will come over and sit next to me. I only wish I could actually pet him.
Oh, you will someday. You won't believe how soft he is.
Wish I had that problem. I'm lucky if I can so much as look at old Featherbrain without him trying to claw me to ribbons.
Really? He seems tame enough around everyone else. Maybe it's just Hootle's way of establishing dominance?
That's dogs, not owls.
What's going on when Hootle pecks at you?
I don't know. Like when I'm talking to Rinwell, it's like he's trying to muscle me out or something. Unless... Wait, you don't suppose I make him jealous?
Come again?
Ow! Ah, get off of me, you insecure fluffball!
I rather think they make a good comedic pairing.
Feathers, beak, eyes. Yep, everything looks good.
Rinwell, mind if we chat a little? I'm surprised to see you up reading so late. What have you got there?
Oh, it's a book about magic. I was hoping I'd reach the end of this chapter before I went to bed.
I'm impressed you can read all that tiny text without drifting off.
It's easy. Honestly, the subject is so interesting, it keeps me wide awake. Although I have to admit, the more I read this book, the more I realize just how much I still have to learn. I hate not knowing it all, so it pushes me to keep learning as much as I can so I can be a real expert.
So that's why you're studying by the campfire every night, huh? You've really changed, Rinwell.
Really? I don't feel like it.
Remember how you used to be when we first met in Calaglia?
Sure, but that's because I was still hiding a lot from you guys. Am I really all that different aside from that?
Definitely. It's the difference between a rock and the sun.
Are you saying I used to be like a rock? That's not something you should use to describe a girl, Alphen.
My bad. But the comparison is still apt. You used to not be open with us about your magic at all. And now look at you.
Well, I guess you may have a point. I used to hate studying magic because my parents made me do it. And after everything that happened, I felt like it brought nothing but trouble. But now, I don't think it's so bad after all. Maybe I really have changed more than I thought. All magic is simply astral energy combined with knowledge. It's neither good nor bad by itself. It all depends on how you use it. Saying it out loud, I guess I finally made peace with it.
I think you have Law to thank for that.
What? Why him?
I mean, he was kind of the one who...
Nope, he's got nothing to do with it. None. Zilch. Nada. Nothing.
If Law heard that, he'd be pretty bummed, you know.
You're crazy. I don't see why he would be.
Are you saying you rather he wouldn't be? I'd say the fact you can get so worked up about things now is another sign you've changed.
Sounds like someone wants me to put on a little magic show.
All right, all right. I'll take my leave before I say anything else that might get me into trouble. Just make sure you aren't staying up too late, okay?
Ugh, I'm not a little kid anymore. Yeesh. Though actually, it felt kinda nice hearing that. I wonder why. Ooh. Night, everyone. I want to go back to bed.
We've reached our destination.
This place is rather gloomy.
Why don't you lighten the mood for us while we're here, then?
I'll see what I can do.
Something feels different.
Stay sharp. It looks like we've got trouble.
Yeah, we can tell.
Here I come!
We've got orbs incoming!
It must have summoned them.
The last thing we need's a crowd. Let's dispatch them quickly.
I'll smash you! The waters are freezing! Dance, immortal droplets!
Prepare to be...
Lightning strike!
We're interrupted.
To stop you dying?
Right.
Rousing gale!
Can't get out of this!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free. I take left shot. We did it! Its armor's too strong.
Then I'll split it open!
Be my guest.
I take left shot!
Here's a healing arm! Failure!
You're mine! Blow away! Lightning strike!
A wailing dancing
Awaken and
lightning!
wreak havoc!
Burn in hell!
I'll stop its charge!
Thanks, Kisara.
Here I come!
I'll smash you! Bloody howling!
Oh, magic is there!
Dragon form!
I'm ready!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Now!
Raging cascade! Healing breath!
Blow away!
The waters have
Now I
freed.
can let loose.
I owe you, Sion. Healing is what my arts do best. All mine can do is cause havoc and destruction.
We did it!
As impressive as always.
Here I hope that was improving.
No, I mean, you're even better than ever. I've never seen Sion actually look frustrated.
Burn in hell!
Here!
Take it!
I'll cover it!
Okay, here I go. Escape!
Chain between annihilation! Mega ray! A wailing dancing lightning!
Totally! In an instant! Impact block! We work well together.
Like a finely timed waltz.
Illuminate the dark!
Take this!
Holy river! Holy
Vacuum
river!
blade!
A chain between heaven and earth!
Power surges through
A
me.
wailing dancing lightning!
You're mine!
Divine moving corruption!
Point flash! Hurricane thrust!
Now you see what I can do!
Annihilation!
The flame inside me!
Do
You're
it!
You
This ends now!
consider yourself finished!
Here comes something bigger.
New player. Let's destroy this thing first. Blow away! Raining slash! Blow away! Eat this!
Dance on the wind!
Our attacks just bounce off.
We may have to wait for now.
Bloody normal! Awaken and wreak havoc! I'll smash you!
I'm in your debt. I don't know what I'd do without you.
Perhaps
No
now
further.
isn't the time?
I really don't.
Blow away!
Natural energy!
Take it!
Heal!
Raining slash!
Our arts are being interrupted. Forgive me.
Light astral
I can handle it.
resuscitation! Gemini Ultra!
Air thrust! This one's mine! It's weakened!
Heal! This ends now!
Radiant
Blue
Launch!
away! Raining
Celestial Item!
Velocity of darkness! Raining thrust!
The fluidity of your movement is simply incredible.
I'm going to need to use all the power of my
Illuminate its wings are lighting up!
It's getting ready to attack!
Such tremendous power.
Don't face it head on.
Thank you for the healing, Dohalim.
Our comrades need our abilities to survive.
Right. No one is dying on our watch.
Be prepared to free from the
Far enough! Explosion!
Blew away! Raining thrust!
The water is free! Dance, immortal droplet!
Escape! Tornado drive! Can't move!
What was I thinking? Radiant Launch! I'll bring the water from Death's Abyss! I can't heal... Forever! I'll heal you all! Fire away! Healing circle! Thanks so much! I'll bring you back from Death's Abyss! Thanks for the healing! Got it! Now's our chance! Radiant Pierce! Damn it!
Back you!
Back into the fray!
Raining thrust! Blew away! Raining thrust! Blew away!
Leave the torch to me.
Tear! Hurricane thrust!
A thrilling performance.
This one's all mine!
No further.
Take this! Eternal devastation!
That'll bring you down!
Forgive me.
Wide open!
It won't escape me.
Corruption!
Raining slash! Blew away! Raining slash! Ignite!
Breath of life. Heal my weary
I won't
companion.
give up!
Okay, here I go!
Anything in armor is all mine. I'll grind you into dust.
Blew away!
It's in your hands.
Hold nothing back! Strike! Tear! Hurricane thrust! Strike! Void flash! Hurricane thrust! You may be strong, but I'll never back down! Hurricane thrust! Tear! No! Can't end here!
Something feels different.
Stay sharp! It looks like we've got trouble!
Yeah, we can tell.
They're surrounding us!
Take this!
We've got orbs incoming!
It must have summoned them!
The last thing we need's a crowd. Let's dispatch them quickly.
Raining stiff!
Raging
Raining flash! Move escape!
Chain between heaven and earth.
I'll stop its charge.
Thanks, Kisara.
I could do without this pain!
Here goes!
Oh, back in their defenses.
Glad you have your uses.
My turn!
I'll show you how useful I can be.
Raining slash! Burn in hell!
Healing circle.
Okay, here I go! Thanks, Shia.
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry. I'll do better. Raining slash!
Seal.
Take this!
My natural defenses are fading. I'm a sitting duck.
Retreat from this battle.
Retreat? I would never.
Raining slash!
Armor won't save you.
Meteor storm. I can do this all day.
Our attacks just bounce off.
We may have to wait for now.
I'm ready!
You fight better at a distance. The further away, the better. You and I both.
No further! The flame inside is yours to be let free!
I'll grind you into dust.
Healing has taken too much damage. Thanks for the healing. Watch yourself, okay? This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Elvin.
It's time to end this battle!
I'm right beside you.
Raining slash! Dragon form! Blue escape! Blue escape!
Lightning to death! Explosion!
Here I
No
come!
shall escape my illuminate the
You're mine!
Holy Glimmer!
Raining
Holy Lord!
Try harder! Not a chance!
Pain between heaven and
Raining
earth.
slash!
I owe you.
Blew away!
Wailing annihilation! Radiant pierce!
You require a hand.
I owe you one!
Corruption!
Raining slash!
It's weakened!
This ends now! Blow away! Point blank!
I'm ready! No, this ends now!
Consider yourself finished! Listen to it!
Here comes something bigger.
New plan. Let's destroy this thing first. You picked the wrong fight. Humble fruit. Not now, not ever.
This one's mine!
Tornado's wide open!
It won't escape me.
Tempest whirlwind! Here's
You pay for that!
Illuminate the day!
I owe you one.
Magic is I'll bring you back
away.
from Death's Abyss! Steel Force!
Now you see what I can do!
Cyan Instant! I won't get... Dance in the wind! In here! I'll be saving this one!
Take this! Ready? Try harder! Not a chance! Is this it?
Tempest thinking! Whoa! Hey! One at a time! By the power of flame! Lightning cannot trace! Thunderblade! Illuminate the
done
blah
yet.
blah blah! Magic! Holy land! A chain between heaven and earth!
Now I can let loose.
A wailing piercing lightning! In here! Here! Let's
Try
go! More
harder!
for the
Not a
sun!
chance!
Begin!
First
Now I
aid!
can let loose.
Eating the
Flame inside me, yours to be let free.
Chinese supernova!
Burning slash!
I'll heal you all! Healing circle! Its wings are lighting up!
It's getting ready to attack!
One more!
Hurricane thrust!
Point blank! Such tremendous power.
Don't face it head on.
In here! I can't lose! More for the stockpot! Searing flame! Reload! This can't be happening! Now feel the medicine working! The waters of creation! I won't give up! Immortal droplet!
Breath of life!
Tidal wave!
Heal my
You're
weary
mine!
companion!
Ready? Flash!
Armor won't save you!
The art of being interrupted.
Elusive deity! Eating fire driver!
You're mine!
Lightning heaven and earth!
Blow away!
A wailing banshee of lightning!
Behold! The earth pulse! Tectonic vision!
Here, let me help!
Is this it?
Forgive me.
Cyan instant! Blood flight!
Bloody howling!
I'll bring you back from Death's Abyss!
Awaken and reach!
Resuscitation! Raging steam! Rise and burn! Dance in the wind!
Now, while it's reeling!
Take it down! Thunder field! Cyan instant!
Here I come!
Sweet now!
Dazzle!
Annihilation!
Point blank!
Here!
Hurricane thrust!
Healings of purity!
Point blank! Take this!
I'll smash you!
One more time!
Point blank! This one's all
Pull
mine!
myself together. I owe you, Sion. Healing is what my arts do best.
Not
All
today!
mine can do is cause havoc and destruction.
Strike! Try harder! Monster! Here I come! I'm not done!
In a bind?
It's over! Point blank!
That'll bring you down.
Light!
Got it.
Radiant light!
Now's our chance.
Regeneration!
Point blank! The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Can you take it? No! Can't end here!
Don't give up.
From beyond, imbue this vanquished soul with love resuscitation!
Dance in the wind. Go.
Not done yet!
Shattering us to pieces!
Go. Attack lightning. Stars of by the power rain of down and
Elusive deity!
Raining slash!
Onyx spear! I'm ready! Eagle
Hurricane
ray!
thrust! Point blank! Strike! The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Prepare to be seen! Begin!
I'll do it.
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! No escape! Point blank! Changing tactics!
There's no telling what it'll do. Stay focused.
Seriously? More orbs? These things are starting to tick me off.
Take this!
Will this help?
Blow away!
Healing circle!
Here I come! Blow away!
Here, eat dirt! Burning strike!
Stay away from my friend!
Illuminate the dust! I'll bring you back from death's abyss! I'll bring you back from death's abyss!
Blow away!
A wailing brimstone of lightning!
Ready and ready!
Divine winds of heaven!
Nothing gets by me.
Ice tornado! Steel! Let me help!
Blow away! Take this! Raining
They
slap!
can't get out of this!
Mega ray!
Blow away!
Wind action! Banana! Let's go!
Captivity!
Void slap!
Velocity of darkness!
Stay away from my friend! In an instant! Impact block! We work well together.
Like a finely timed waltz.
All disasters made one! Come forth and heal us!
Incantation.
I'm not done! Raining slap!
Ears out! I'll bring you back from death's abyss!
Vacuum blade! We did it!
As impressive as always.
And here I hoped I was improving.
No, I mean, you're even better than ever.
I've never seen Xion actually look flustered.
Velocity of darkness. Carve through armor.
Burn in hell!
Do it! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
The waters of creation! Dance, immortal goblin!
Can't end here!
Don't leave me! Sleep now! This'll come in handy! Tornado! Raging storm!
Not done yet! This should do it!
Now!
Dually! In an instant! Impact block!
None
Not
shall
a chance.
escape my judgment! Here goes!
Raining slap!
Illuminate
Blow
the
away!
path! Where are you going?
Benediction.
Cyan instant!
Raining slap! Blow away! Raining
Celestial
slap!
Downfall!
Show thy mystic mercy. Now you see what I can do.
Cyan instant! I won't give up!
I couldn't make it in time.
Celestial lightning!
From beyond, imbue
Void
this
blast!
vanquished soul with
No!
love.
Can't end here!
What was I thinking? Got Mega ray! I'll bring you back from death's abyss!
Show thy mystic mercy.
Resuscitation! Can't be happening!
Not done!
I can't lose! Don't get in my way! Blazing Here's alright!
Raining slap! Blow away!
Celestial hammer! I'll bring you back from death's abyss! Resuscitation!
It's go time!
Let me help! Here
I come!
I'll smash you! None shall escape my judgment!
The flame inside me fury to be let free!
Velocity of darkness.
Slice!
Denied!
Better if you don't get out.
Healing circle!
I owe you one!
Catapult.
Cyclone!
Void blast!
Searing
Slice!
Reload!
You picked the wrong fight! We've got him on the run!
Don't get caught!
Right. Still anyone's fight!
Can't get out of this.
Illuminate
Here I
the
come.
mountain!
Raining
Holy
slap.
glimmer! Holy
Blow
land!
away!
Here I never miss! Enemies immobilized!
Radiant light. Force of regeneration.
away.
Regenerate.
Thank you, Sahun.
I only did what any other would.
Don't suffer in
I think you're nicer than you let on.
I'm not done!
First aid! Not in your dreams!
Such unadulterated fury.
Try harder! Not a chance!
All upon
You're
me!
mine! This one's all
Here,
mine!
let me help. Here you go! Here! Gusty nail!
awaken and refresh.
Try harder! My turn! Be still! Slice! Void blast! Tear! Hurricane slap! Not today!
Dance in the wind!
Hurricane thrust! Void blast! Void blast!
Far beyond the darkest skies! I call
Ready and
upon
ready.
thee!
You're mine! Rain!
Armor won't save you.
You must be tired of killing me. I'm merely doing what I can to help. Glad you're on our side. Don't
One more time! Blow away! Try harder! No shit! Blow away! Thunderfang!
I have no limits!
Divine Flame! Hurricane Flood! Regeneration! Glacial Spear!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
There! Take it!
No! Take this! And here!
Show me what my art can do!
Resonate with the earth!
Not on my watch!
It's in your hands now.
I'll bring you back. Far enough! Celestial Hammer! Resuscitation! Here's a healing fluid!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cycla! Here's water help creation!
My turn!
That's the worst off our backs! Look! That weak point on its face is wide open!
That must be what the Zuba was protecting.
Rain power of water!
You picked the wrong fight!
Catapult!
Raining Slash!
Mega Ray!
Elusive deity!
Summoning Ring! Non-shell escape wall!
Resonate with the earth! Now or never.
Raining Slash!
Try this! Rending you apart! Bloody hell! Take this!
Ice Tornado!
Raining Slash!
Do it! Still! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! I think it stopped moving.
Yeah. Hopefully things should be safe. For now.
I guess...
Yeah.
You don't say. This place is rather gloomy.
Why don't you lighten the mood for us while we're here then?
I'll see what I can do. That was quite the little adventure we went on.
Hey, she's pretty cute.
Good.
Really now. I see you've got your relics all lined up again. What are you doing? Huh? They're so bright now.
Oh, it's you two. I was merely tending to my collection.
Don't you think you've polished them enough by now?
You take better care of your relics than you do yourself.
I try to take good care of them. However, no matter how much work I put in, it refused to respond.
I thought you could hear their voices somehow.
I can, but that's all I can do with them. I can't actually engage in conversation with them. Not yet.
What are they saying? Did they really want you to polish them that much?
You're right. I was so enraptured with them, I may have selfishly failed to consider their own wishes. I must open my mind and sincerely engage with them in earnest.
He never gets tired of his relics, does he?
Nope. It is interesting to look at them when they're all lined up together like this, though. Like how these two have similar designs. It makes me wonder if they were made in the same period.
An excellent observation. Yes, I too suspect they're somehow intimately related as well.
I don't see what you two are talking about at all.
What's this? Why, that smear wasn't there previously. Could it be responding to my voice at long last? It's rather viscous and has a distinct aroma to it.
Hootle! These relics are no place for you to do your business! Whew! I'm serious! These are priceless pieces of history!
Come on, Dohalim. Let's go wash your hands before you catch anything weird.
This shall be a feast for the senses.
You guys want to rest here?
I think the animals back at the ranch should be open. All grown up by now.
We've reached our destination.
Isn't that what we were asked to find?
What could this be?
Is this the so-called legendary instrument?
Actually, I think it's one of the freight train parts that I was using for a sword.
I'm sure anything will be fine. We should take it. That was quite the little adventure we went on.
not so sure. How's this?
I see.
Great! Huh? Hmm?
Agreed.
Dohalim.
I can't believe you managed to shoo off that irritating bard.
Had we brought him along, it would have livened up our journey considerably.
You know, maybe you're right. We could have hit it off.
Yeah, and the two of you could be irritating together.
We finally made it.
keep up with a wolf! None shall escape us!
Try harder! Not a chance! Lightning thrust!
Leave the ensnaring to me. Yeah!
Great spear!
Freeze laser!
Thunder Wave!
Let's get you on
Eternal devastation! Take it!
Illuminate the
Execution!
I'm ready! You are in
Now.
tip-top shape!
As soon as I'm done here, I'll come help out.
How could a girl ever say no? As impressive as always.
Look sharp! Lightning Thunder Blade!
Looks like we got them all. You guys want to rest here? It's important to get your rest.
I'll see you again tomorrow.
I could... need another bite.
Eating is one of your great passions.
What? No, it's not.
There's nothing to be ashamed of.
It's just steps upon steps. Why would someone build this?
Not to live in, I'm guessing.
Right? It would take someone real kooky to build all this.
Right. This astral energy is incredible.
It's so thick here. Even we can sense it.
Get ready, everybody!
I was born ready. Nothing can surprise me. Me.
Look up there!
What the hell is that?
Please tell me we don't have to fight that.
We'll worry about that later. There are things on the ground to deal with first. No further. Blow away! Raining
Water! Here
Flying
we go!
freak! Why can't they just sit still?
Sion, can you take care of them?
Sooner said than done!
Blue escape!
Oh, sparkling stars of light! Rain down!
Something inside me yearns to be let.
You must be tired of healing me. I'm merely doing what I can to help. Glad you're on our side, Gilfrey.
Between heaven and earth! A wailing beauty of lightning!
I'm not done!
Divine savior!
I'm not done! Blow away!
I'm on a roll! That'll bring you down!
Your astral arts are truly
That thing cut
incredible.
this every little bit helps, right?
Indeed it does. I'll keep pushing to be better as well.
You're mine!
Start there!
Not much longer to go.
Come on, one final
Thank you for the
push.
healing. Let's do this together, Alvin.
Divine strength!
Anything in armor is all mine. Prepare to be sealed.
Newcomers, let's welcome them.
Watch the ones up above, too! Take this! You're mine!
The official secret.
Eternal devastation! You picked the wrong fight! Eternal devastation! Raining slash!
Take this.
Arcade
Blow
waterfall!
away!
Freeze lancer!
Now you see what I can do.
Dance in the wind!
Far enough.
Bestow thy
This is what I do.
Raining slash!
Very
Blow away!
Sorry. I didn't
Another
want to put you out.
incantation. What are friends for if we can't depend on one another?
You're right. I'll bear that in mind.
Radiant Earth to be let free! You're mine! Eat dirt!
May a thousand gales carry you to eternal flame! Reload!
I'm not done!
I'll heal you all!
I'm not done! Eternal devastation! You're mine! Okay, here I go. Take this!
Divine strength!
Raining slash! Eternal devastation!
Now!
Remember!
Astral energy!
Say no more! Got it!
Well done! Finish without blood!
In a bind.
I'm not done!
Far beyond
Lunar
darkest
Rondo!
time! I call upon
Take it! Blow away! Eternal devastation!
Glacial Spear! Here's the evil! Freeze Lancer! I don't even know the word defeat.
Awaken and wreak havoc!
Go! One more! I won't lose! Will this help?
Masterful shot! Resonate with the earth!
Blow away!
Tear you to shreds!
Eternal devastation!
One more time now!
I'm not still!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Alvin!
It's time to end this battle!
I'm right beside you!
No escape!
Seal!
It's over!
Get on in there with the others! Let's pray!
Stay away from my friend! Raining slash!
Healing circle!
Eternal devastation!
I'll bring you back from
No
death to
escape!
death!
I owe you one! Another one!
Hasten!
This should do it!
Storm!
Hurricane thrust! Not a chance!
Ice tornado!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
I'm going to...
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Sometimes the best medicine is the toughest to swallow, too. They just keep coming!
This thing's putting us through our paces.
Maybe show Kisara a little kindness, huh?
She is strong. She can handle herself.
You can be really dense, though, Helene.
Bloody, I'll take this!
I'm in your debt.
Blow away! You're mine! Strike! It's on! I'm not done!
Elusive deity!
Blow away!
Raging Spear! Here's the evil! Seal!
Eternal devastation! Ignite!
Begin! You all touch the weapon!
Raining slash!
Raging Storm!
Amazing.
Alright! Showtime!
Breath of life! Heal my wearied companion! Cure! I can't move!
Don't give up! I'll bring you back from death's abyss! Dance in more resuscitation! Here's a healing art!
Blind you in the dust!
Glacial Spear! Here's the evil!
Devastation!
In a bind?
Freeze Lancer!
Shattering pieces! Attack us!
A freezing storm!
Catapult!
Raining
Dance
slash!
in the wind! Where are you going? Air thrust! A chain between heaven and earth!
Engulfs you!
Raining
A
slash!
wailing on
Right
my
inside me!
block!
No, not further! Can't get here!
Ready to go! Illuminate the dark! Come forth, holy glimmer! Holy lamp! Here's a healing! I'm not sure how we get out of this one.
You mean, this might be the end?
No, never! Stay strong!
Blow away!
Let me show you what the arc can do! It's weakened!
This ends now! I don't know what I'd do without you.
Perhaps now isn't the time?
I really don't. You may be strong, but I'll never back down!
A freezing storm! Get on in there with the others! Ice tornado!
Bloody howling!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss! Resuscitation! Here, let me help! First aid! I'll take it from here. Let's see how you handle this! Deus Roar! Raging Storm!
Blow away!
Take this!
Lunar Blast! Hold on to your arc. Here I come!
Benediction light!
Blow away! Eternal devastation! Burn!
And the sky is mine!
Further. You'll pay for that!
This is the wind! In here!
Leave the charges to me!
I'll bring you back from death!
Now you see what I can do!
Freeze Lancer! Here's a healing arc! First aid!
Everlasting shot!
Dire
Beyond! Imbue this vanquish!
I won't give up!
Resuscitation!
I owe you one.
On your
Stardust! Soaring Light Spear!
in the soil! Awaken and wreak havoc!
Divine Streak!
Raging
Raging
Blast!
Cascade!
Blow away!
Beyond! Imbue this vanquish soul with
of light! Radiant's attention! First force!
Take this!
Eternal devastation!
I'm not done!
Annihilation!
Try harder!
Here
You're mine!
Take
that!
Here's evil!
Save you!
Astral energy!
Blow away!
Leave the
In a bind? Try harder!
I couldn't make it in time.
Radiant blast! Vacuum blade! Burn in hell! Radiant blast! Blow away!
Here I still got some fight left in me.
Radiant blast!
Denied! Reload!
Begin! Here I come! Blow away!
Crush! Now! Radiant love!
Eternal devastation!
Rhapsody of darkness!
Illuminate the dark! Blah, 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 that's it! Take it!
Now, while it's reeling!
Take it down!
Can't move! Come and face me!
Look up there!
What the hell is that?
Please tell me we don't have to fight that.
We'll worry about that later. There are things on the ground to deal with first.
A wall of shield from calamity.
I never miss! Cross and rend!
We've got flyers.
I've got this! Let a marksman handle it!
Eternal devastation! All yours!
Steel force! This one's mine! Arcane
Radiant
waterfall!
blast!
Radiant
Blow away!
Blazer!
Take this!
Dance in the wind!
Soaring this one's all mine! It's over!
By the power of flame! Finish without a
Here I come! Not today! Here I come! I'm not done! Lunar Rondo!
burning strike!
Blow away! Raining blood! Here I come!
Burning
Eternal
strike! That thing's headed this way!
Even I can't stop that.
Everyone, look out!
This is looking good!
We're doomed. Doomed.
Pull it together, Rock. Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Take this!
Newcomers?
Let's welcome them.
Watch the ones up above, too! Here I come! Crush!
Water, hear my
Raging
call!
storm.
I'll heal you
Blow
all!
away.
Long flight!
Radiant blast! Crush!
I won't give up!
Stay away from my friend! Crush! Eat dirt!
Stay! Just what I needed!
Awaken and
Blow away! Crush! Eternal devastation! I'll smash you! I'm ready!
Lightning orb!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! Not a chance! No escape!
I can handle it! Here's the evil! Purge malevolent!
Eternal devastation! This one!
Freeze Lancer!
You're mine!
Here's the evil!
Raining slash!
A chain freeze charger! I won't give up!
Can't move!
resonate with the earth.
Purge malevolent!
Stalagmite.
Arctic waterfall! Freeze Lancer! Dance in the wind! In here! Get on in there with the
I hope this medicine
Lightning
works as
condemned!
promised.
Thunderblade! Resuscitation!
Blind you with a blow away! And you can't get out of this!
Eternal devastation! Blow away!
Can you take it?
It's go time! I'm not done! Thanks!
Oh, sparkling stars of light!
The flame inside me yearns
Shall
to be
not
let
be
free!
forgotten.
Breath of life!
I'm
Heal
not
my
done!
wearied
Eternal
companion!
devastation!
Cure!
Thank you for the healing, Dopamine.
Comrades need our abilities to survive.
Right. No one is dying on our watch.
Not today!
Stalagmite!
Take this!
Bathed in blood! Crushing you apart!
Do it!
Bloody howling!
This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes! A merry
Not a
destruction!
chance!
There's still more to go!
Elucidate! Rising Falcon! Eternal
Resonate with the
devastation!
Stalagmite! Spirits within the soil!
Dragon Swarm!
Here's the evil! Now!
Dopamine! In an instant! Impact Claw! My turn! Take this! Hurricane Swarm!
Firmament's render!
Dragon Swarm!
You're mine!
Arrow
Resonate
Sword!
with the earth!
Eternal devastation! This one's all mine!
Do
You're
it!
finished!
Air pressure!
Take this!
Can't be happening!
Forgive me.
Sacred darkness!
Resuscitation!
I'm sorry.
From beyond, imbue this vanquished soul with life! Resuscitation!
Here I come!
Can't leave.
Elusive deity!
Rotating pile driver!
I'm gonna need more of that medicine.
Let the marksman handle this. They just keep coming!
This thing's putting us through our paces.
Here's a healing art!
Okay, here I come! Raining
Rhapsody of darkness!
Eternal devastation! Raining blast! Blow away! Ignite!
Mega ray!
Sanguine blossom!
Raining blast! Blow away! Incineration wave!
Freezing storm!
No escape!
The enemy wields arts too.
We'll soon see about that!
Blow away!
Outstanding form!
Take this!
Let's get you all out of the way! Let me show you what my arts can do!
Everlasting dawn!
Tempest swirl! More where that came from!
You're mine!
Sanguine
Just
blast!
wait! Tempest swirl!
Eternal devastation!
Delirium! There you go! Don't let up!
Raining blast!
Sanguine blossom!
Lunar corruption!
This one's all mine! Burn in hell!
Lunar blast! Watch and burning strike!
A thrilling performance!
Raining blast!
Finish without a power enough!
You require...
Blow away!
Take this!
It's wide open!
You won't escape me!
Eternal devastation!
Let's get you off of the way!
Resonate with the earth!
Illuminate!
Can't end here!
Don't give up! Anything normal is all mine! That's a bit! Resuscitation! Arrow squall! Instant!
Here I come!
I'll bring
Blow
you
away!
back from death's abyss!
Eternal devastation!
I'll
smash you! Blow away!
Resuscitation! Raging cascade!
Raining blast!
and red! The chain between heaven and earth! A wailing banshee of light!
Raining blast!
Divine dance in the
Blow away!
wind! Air thrust!
Raining blast! Eat this!
Arts requires annihilation! It looks like you got this one covered! I won't give up!
From beyond! Imbue this vanquished soul with
Blow
light!
away!
Is this it?
Magic advance! Sealed! What was I Lord with the stockpile!
From beyond! Imbue this vanquished soul with resuscitation!
First aid!
Not done yet!
On your knees!
Stardust!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss!
You're mine!
Resuscitation!
Blow away! Raining blast! Blow away! Try harder! Here I come! Now!
Lightning orb!
Blow away!
Lightning
Raining!
condensed!
I'll smash you!
Mega Razor Blade!
Eternal devastation!
Hold on to your arms!
Take this!
Here I come! Vanish without a trace! Explosion! Maelstrom! I'll bring
Blow
you back
away!
from death's abyss!
Raining blast! Eternal
The waters of
devastation!
creation!
Raining...
Dance, immortal
rest for the
droplets!
wicked.
Where are
All
you
mine.
going?
Sanguine blossom!
Raining blast!
Dance in the
Blow
wind!
away!
Into the
Eternal
sky!
devastation!
A chain between
Raining
heaven and
blast!
earth! Got it! Finish
You
with
picked the
the
wrong
Never
fight!
chance!
Dragon form!
Elusive deity!
Begin!
Divine
Soaring
blade!
blast!
Explosion! Burning
Try harder! Not You pay for that!
Now!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
I'll bring
Here I
you back
come!
from death's abyss!
Raining slash!
Raging
I can
storm!
carve through armor! Raining
Power enough! Confiscate! Lunar corruption!
Blow away!
Lunar blast!
Eternal devastation! Blow away! Raining
Another wave?
How long do we have to deal with this?
The water!
Beyond!
Creation!
Imbue this
Dance, immortal droplet!
Imbue this vanquished soul with love!
Tidal wave! Purge malevolence!
Bestow thy
Fall! Seal!
Bestow thy mystic mercy!
The waters of
Very
creation!
crook! In a bind?
Dance, immortal droplet!
Is that a healing?
It is. I can't ignore your pain. Not trying to be more careful. Being interrupted.
Sorry. I didn't want to put you...
What are friends for? I can't depend on them.
You're right. I'll bear that in mind.
By the power of
My leash is even wider.
Eternal devastation!
Heal!
It's
this it?
Don't leave me!
I'll smack you!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss!
On your knees.
Illuminate! Blah, blah, blah! Lightning condemned!
Here I come! Force flash!
Illuminate the dark!
Strike! Soaring light spear!
Where are you going?
Here I come! No escape!
By the power of
No way to break this night! In a bind!
Taking you off us away!
Eternal devastation!
Can't be happening!
I couldn't make it in time.
Raining flash!
Not today! Bloody howling! Eternal devastation! Soil! Awaken and wreak havoc!
Wow! Astral energy!
Say no more! Shut!
Well done!
Imbue this vanquished soul with life! From beyond, imbue this vanquished soul with life!
Divine
Resuscitation! Nothing gets by me! I can't forgive me!
I won't give up!
On your knees! Air pressure! Great! Bathed in blood! Raising you a bloody howling! Negative gate! Shine! Radiant light! Not done yet! Force of regeneration! Try harder! My turn! Bestow thy mystic mercy! Blow away! It's in your hands now. Now I can let loose. Time to let it rip! Dragon Swarm! Try this! Explosive ring!
This one's mine!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Vanquish darkness! From death's abyss!
Here I come!
By the power of flames! Burn without a trace!
No rest for the wicked.
I'll heal you all!
Flame inside me, yours to be let free! You picked the wrong fight! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! Bestow thy mystic mercy! I'm not done!
Healing circle!
Maybe show Kisara a little kindness, huh?
She is strong. She can handle herself.
You can be really gentle, Helene.
Mercy!
The waters of creation! I never miss immortal droplet!
You must be tired of healing me.
I'm merely doing what I can to help.
Glad you're on up, Yohine.
By the power of flying there, we vanish without a trace!
Eternal devastation! The flame inside me, yours to be let free! Now, while it's reeling!
Take it down!
Eternal devastation!
Resonate with you!
This one is almost in the bag.
Not done yet. Just falling back.
Then it's time. You gotta do what you do best.
A whirling struggle!
Anything in armor is all I owe you one. Begin! Take this! Sanguine blood! Eternal Let me see what I can do!
Denied! The freezing storm!
Seismic rupture! Take this! I'm not done! Take this!
Resuscitation! I've still got some time to
It's in your hands now.
Chinese supernova! The rage of flame!
Try harder!
Finish without a trace!
It's on!
The waters of sea! Explosion! Dance, immortal dog! I'll bring you back from death's abyss!
Try harder!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss! Lightning orbs! The waters of creation!
For the wicked. On your
Dance, immortal droplet! There, please one more! Ready and ready! Dance in the wind!
I can carve through walls!
Deny!
Resonate with the earth! Stalagmite!
Cyclone! Dance in the wind! Air the here! I'm out of ammo! I'm all stuffed up!
Simply incredible.
Annihilation! I won't give up!
You!
Don't mind if I
Stay
do.
away from my friend!
Photon
From beyond,
away.
imbue this vengeance soul with life.
The earth throbs.
Burning blast! Earth malevolent!
Ignite!
Engage waterfall!
Amazing.
Sleep now!
No further!
Raining
Let me help
dead!
the others.
First aid!
I can carve through armor.
Blah blah blah! Magic!
It's
Well,
over!
you're the one who
Try
has to
harder!
handle.
My turn!
Blow
away!
Dance on the wind.
Raining blast!
Now! Astral energy!
Say no more!
I can handle it. At this point, we're practically sitting ducks.
Alphen, I've got this!
Right, I'll handle the rest.
Heads up, Alphen!
This is our chance! A weak point? You're mine! Damn it! Looks like we're gonna have to take care of these first. Take this! Crush! Blow! This one's all mine! Take this! Here I come! Raining slash! Raining slash! Blow away! Burn! Blow away! Here I come! Raining slash! We did it.
Yeah, the astral energy is dispersing. It shouldn't cause any more problems.
Whew, that was harrowing. Now that we've taken care of that light, I guess all that's left to do is tell Bayfont.
Yeah,
You okay, Rinwell?
I'm fine. This whole thing just reminded me how different I am. I'm a freak that doesn't belong on Dana or Rena, even if I don't look like it from the outside.
I mean, sure. Maybe it's a little unusual that you can use magic. But if we're talking about unusual...
I didn't have memories, a face, or a sense of pain. Everyone called me Iron Mask. And then on top of that, I was born over 300 years ago. If anyone's a freak, it's me.
Join the club. I have my thorns. Dohalim's a Renan lord who gave up his title. And Kisara believes Danans and Renans can live in peaceful coexistence together.
And I used to work for the Snake Eyes, remember?
You guys...
and... Oh, and my feet get stinky real easily, too.
Too much information, Law.
Yeah, but Alphen, you do that thing where you grind your teeth really loudly in your sleep.
I don't see how that's... Wait, I do? Well, at least it's not as bad as when you...
When I what?
Whoa, guys! Why are we even arguing about this?
You're the one who made this weird.
Thanks, everyone. It makes me so happy to have such caring friends. I need to be better at not keeping this stuff bottled up. I know it's not good for me, but I'm gonna work on it. So don't worry about me, okay?
I wonder if she perceives being a mage to be a source of continual obligation.
Rinwell's pretty much the only one left. Sometimes I think it might have been easier for her to have just kept it hidden, but I guess that wouldn't solve much.
Indeed.
So at this point, it's safe to say we've beaten all of those things that we saw flying out of the wedge, yeah?
Yes, there were 4 lights, so that should be all of them now.
They put up a good fight, but we beat them right back down again, huh?
Weren't you even a little scared while we were fighting them?
A little.
But we still managed to beat them with our own hands. That's what matters here.
Yeah, exactly.
I do hope that really is the last we see of them.
Each one seemed to be unique and correspond to a different element. I doubt there are more of them running around out there that we don't know about. Wouldn't you agree?
Why did you look at Dohalim when you said that?
No big reason. I just figured I stole some of his usual thunder by explaining it. I know how much he loves to do that.
You know him well at this point.
Crap!
Right. Hey. How?
Yeah.
Why you?
Wait!
What?
I see.
Huh?
Thanks.
Wait!
Huh? Really?
Good. All right.
Maybe it's not so bad being a mage after all. What matters is that I found people who accept me for who I am. Mage or not. As long as I have that, I think I'll be okay. And after everything they've done for me, I guess I can't say it matters if they're Renan or not either.
You're looking pretty content.
Yeah. I feel like life's taken a turn for the better all of a sudden.
Oh, that's good to hear. But why did you say you felt that way?
Oh, why can't you be more like Dohalim?
What?
That was quite the little adventure we went on.
You can never be too prepared. But did we have...
Feathers, beak, eyes. Yep, everything looks good.
Dohalim, care if I hang out for a while?
Would you perchance be interested in going on a walk together?
Why? You're not on guard duty for another few hours.
Which is why I want to walk. To hear the music in these parts.
Music? Where are you going to find musicians all the way out here?
There's more to music than what people play. It's in the grass, fluttering in the wind, the leaves in the trees, and the songs of birds and insects. Once you open your ears, you'll find that music is truly everywhere in this world.
What sounds like music depends on who's listening, huh? It's an interesting idea, but I think it might be a little too difficult for me. Speaking of music, whatever happened to your instruments? You used to be a musician, didn't you?
Those are well out of my reach at this point. That aside, I don't feel that I yet have the right to play any of them again. You could say that it is in part my way of atoning for that which I have failed to do over the years.
Meaning that you haven't completely given up on making things right.
Do you think me a fool stuck in the past?
Not at all. In fact, far from it. You sound like you're still holding out hope for a brighter future. Picture yourself being able to play your music again. Doesn't that motivate you to keep going even when things get tough?
I see what you mean. I didn't realize that drive still lingered within me. The darkness in one's heart is sure to manifest in their music. However, I promise you that one day, when that darkness has finally lifted, I shall let you hear me perform.
Well, now that you've said it, you're gonna have to follow through. I look forward to hearing you play.
We'd best get ready for tomorrow. Feeling better after last night? That was quite the little adventure we went on.
Hey, if we find anyone who needs help here... That's just...
Hey!
Got it.
All right!
What is this place?
There's a hot spring here! So I built up a little shack around it. What do you say? Want to take a dip?
What's a hot spring?
It is a place where hot water reaches the surface from underground. It's nature's very own open-air bath.
Oh, it's a bath. Then count me out. That sounds like a chore.
Think of it like soaking in a giant bathtub, all while appreciating nature's splendor. Don't you want to ease your sore muscles?
I say we go for it.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! You mean together?
What? Of course not. We'll go first, you men after.
I think not. No one takes the first bath from me.
Oh boy, here we go.
Okay. Let's settle this fair and square with rock, paper, scissors.
House Ilkaris will never be bested.
Okay, Hot Spring, here we come.
Oh, now you're on board.
You're not undressing, Dohalim?
Hmm? Oh, yes. I'm used to having an attendant handle such things. Could I trouble you to undress me?
Us? No way! Why the hell am I doing this?
Lift your leg, would you, Dohalim?
Thank you.
Ah! You really do have knickers!
This does feel kind of nice.
It was certainly worth the trip.
I feel more tired than ever, though. Dohalim? What was that for?
Hmm? Oh, it's to have the servant man bring me a drink, of course.
Is drowning other guests allowed in this place?
This is nice. Still, it's a little lukewarm.
The temperature? I find it just right.
If anything, it's too hot.
Really? It's not hot enough for me. Be right back. I'm gonna borrow the blazing sword from Xion.
Man, he's gotta be joking.
Xion, I need a favor.
Alphen, you're...
Hmm? What? But I...
That was a fine bath indeed.
Yeah, we should do that again sometime.
Some walls are better left standing.
Yeah.
I think it's safe to rest here now.
Yeah!
Looks like we're up.
Oh, I can't wait.
No peeking, okay?
Ha! You wish.
Take all the time you like.
I feel alive again.
This from the youngest of us.
Really, though, this is nice. I never imagined I'd get to have a group bath with you girls.
Gosh, Xion, your skin's so flawless. How do you do it?
You must tell us your secret.
Oh, thanks, girls.
It looks so silky smooth. I want to reach out and touch it.
Hey, hands off, remember?
You're so muscular, Kisara.
I'll pretend I didn't hear that, Rinwell.
Law.
What?
There are some walls that boys are meant to surmount.
Right.
Only by surmounting said walls does a boy become a man. And as it so happens, I can assist with that. Are you game?
Are you sure you want to do that?
Alphen! This is an important rite of manhood, right?
If you say so.
A man of principles.
That's not a bad thing.
You wouldn't deny me the chance to be a man, would you?
Indeed. You wouldn't take away the opportunity for a young person to flourish, would you?
Alphen's pretty cool, but he can be kinda dense sometimes.
Well, he went a while not feeling any pain.
You can't deny you're a match, Xion.
Yeah, totally.
What was that for, Rinwell?
The dirty-minded devils, that's what.
What? Alphen! What happened to you all?
I had no part in any of it. You've got to believe me.
That was a fantastic bath.
Yes, we should all come back sometime.
Us too. Please.
I suppose some walls are better left unmounted.
Yeah.
This shall be a feast for the senses.
Looks like we made it here in one piece.
Hey, she's pretty cute.
Who are you looking at? Quit gawking and let's go.
Ow!
Just great.
Wow. I see.
All right.
Very well.
How does this voice recording thing work? Hello, I'm Alphen. Hello, I'm Alphen. Is that what my voice sounds like? Always good to be back in familiar territory.
You finally made it.
Huh?
Gotcha! Watch it!
Ugh. Hey.
Hey, Alphen, what do you think of that chick over there?
Doesn't look like she really works out.
I'm not talking about her muscles, you dummy!
Yeah!
Ah!
Looks like we made it here in one piece.
Perhaps.
Finally. If only we could have flown with the wind to get here.
Yeah!